Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and please welcome to the launch conference of ENE, the ETF network for vocational excellence. Today's conference is titled Centers of Vocational Excellence as Engines for Vocational Education and Training Development. So a warm welcome to all of you following both on Zoom, on Facebook, and on YouTube, and a warm welcome to our distinguished speakers. Thanks for being with us. So today it's going to be a great day, but before we start, let me give you some useful information so that you can enjoy the conversation and also take an active part by interacting with us. As regards the channels, as I have just mentioned, the conference is broadcasting on Zoom, on Facebook, and on YouTube. So thanks for being with us. For those following on Zoom, and I know that you are really many participants, almost 200, we have an interpretation service, both in English and in Russian. So as you can see in this image, please select your preferred option as shown on this slide. To enjoy better the conversation, I warmly recommend that you select the option Speaker's View so that you see immediately who is taking the floor. If you want to participate in this discussion, you all can do that when it will be question and answers time, and please add your comments or questions in the chat. Please do so by selecting, as shown on this slide, all panelists and attendees chat, so that everyone can see your questions. In case of little time left, which can happen given that we are so many today, all the unanswered questions will be tackled on the ETF open space. And I kindly ask my colleagues who are following the chats on all the various platforms to please copy-paste the link to the ETF open space in the chat so that you know what this amazing community of learners is about. For any technical issue, please write technical support needed in the chat, and our colleagues will do their best to help you. For everyone, both on Zoom, on Facebook, and on YouTube, if you want to post on social media about the event, please do so, and you're most welcome to do it by using the hashtags ENE Network and VET Excellence. And don't forget to tag, please, the European Training Foundation account, ETF Europa, as you can see in this image. And I'd like to remind that everyone, also from YouTube and Facebook, can take part in the conversation. So please post your comments and questions in the respective chats. One important thing, streaming on YouTube and Facebook is provided in English only, but after this event, we will be able to share a recorded version also with Russian translation, so that everyone can follow the conversation, if not now, at a later stage. Then few last remarks for speakers, operational ones, then we'll go straight into the, let's say, the warmest part of this conversation. Please always keep your cameras and mics switched off. And I'll kindly remind you to switch on your cameras and mics when you will be speaking in your respective sessions. Once you have ended your session, please go back to muting yourself and removing your camera. If you'd like to communicate with other speakers or with the technical team, please use the chat, but only the panelist section. As regards the slides, as soon as you would take the floor, your first slide would immediately be projected. And for the following ones, please do not forget to say next slide, please. And since the agenda is very tight, many thanks for sticking to the allocated time. For the sessions that I myself will be moderating, the members know that when they will have 1 minute left, this would be the sound. When they will be over their time, this will be the sound. And so same applies for the sessions in which I am not the chair. When the whole time for the whole session will be over, be it 30 minutes or 45, I will play this sound. So I hope you won't be disturbed by me when I will need to be, let's say, managing the time as I must to do today. But now let's move to the substance. So today is the ENE network opening, and it is an important milestone for our ETF network for excellence, because in a way we celebrate our birthday. Today we celebrate the launch of ENE. And around this very nice virtual table are sitting policymakers and experts from various institutions from the EU and beyond, and from more than 90 centers of vocational education and training excellence. And since this is a rather long phrase, sometimes you might hear the word COVES. This means Centers of Vocational Education and Training Excellence. And all these more than 90 centers are all members of the ENE network and became so in conditions of lockdown during the pandemic. So well done to all of us as a big community. It's great to be all sitting around this virtual table. So today we're gathering online, but we keep the hope the next meeting will take place face-to-face and hopefully already in March 2021. So what's gonna happen today? After the official opening, which I'm about to give the floor to, you will get to know in depth the European Training Foundation ENE network team and find out more about the work we've done so far. You will also have the opportunity to know more from the European Commission about the EU policies linked to skills and the centers of vocational excellence. And you will learn from the Education, Audiovisual and Culture Executive Agency, EACEA, about Erasmus+, and the opportunities for international cooperation. And last but not least, you will hear examples from centers of vocational excellence in different countries, both inside and outside the EU. And you will also have the chance to discover partnerships between centers and know more about the ETF ENE self-assessment tool. So it's going to be an excellent day. And our motto for today is let's excel together. And before launching the opening session, I'd like to know more about you sitting there, who you are. And to do so, I kindly ask you to use a tool called Mentimeter. You see the slide now. And I kindly ask my colleagues, Chiara, Loretta, Michela, Alessandro, and Gary, who are taking care of the chats, to copy paste a link in the chat. So dear participants, you please can't all go on that link. You kindly please click on it and you will see two questions. It's very, very easy, you will see. And my questions for you today are, one, how do you feel today? And second, where are you from? If I had to answer, I feel very emotional, but also energized. It's going to be an exciting day, and I'm from Italy. Let's see now the results. I see that some of you are still feeling the questions. Please go ahead. How do you feel today? Wow. So I see that we have one sleepy person. It wasn't me, I promise. And we have a number of participants who feel happy or even super happy. And then if you can go to the next slide, please. Where are you from? Which country? So we have Italy, Austria, Turkey. It's moving. Keep on feeling it, please. Belgium, Georgia, Germany, Israel, Moldova. Wow, it's from everywhere. It's amazing. So please keep on feeling it, because this will remain as a gift to all of us as a community. Montenegro as well. Okay, so thanks a million for this. I think it's about time. It's 9:10 sharp. Timekeeping is good. We can move now to session 1. I officially launch the opening and the official launch of ENE. And I'd like to welcome our two distinguished speakers. Please project the slide with the names of the speakers. So Cesare Onestini, the director of the European Training Foundation, and Manuela Geleng, the director of the Directorate General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission. Cesar and Manuela, thank you for being with us. And the floor is now to Cesare, please.
Thank you very much, Daria. Thanks for the introduction, but allow me to start by welcoming all participants, welcoming everybody, and welcome to this important milestone for us together in launching the ENE network. Talking about excellence, it is obvious that for us this is part of a number of activities that we coordinate and we work towards, and we do this in close partnership with the European Commission, and that's why I also welcome that Manuela Guelen will also speak after me in order to show how the work that we are doing on the ENE is tightly connected to the promotion of centers of excellence that the European Commission has started already a few years back. The ENE network has grown very quickly, and in a number of just a few months, we have 90 participants already signing up, and we know that there is much more interest out there. This is because excellence is part of the way in which the European Union providers of VET want to position their offer, and we see that this is also where many partners in the partner countries also want to project their work. Excellence is about many things, and that's why the network has already looked at different dimensions. But we see that at the core of excellence, there is also internationalization, and that's where the work of ETF really comes in, trying to build synergies and cooperation amongst the partner. Internationalization is very much part of the way in which we in ETF operate and approach all issues. We support the opening up of many of the EU projects and ideas through partner countries, and COVE is an excellent example of this. You will hear more about the network from the excellent team that runs it, and in the course of the day, you will interact with many of them, and to them also go my thanks for all the work that has been done in such a short period of time. This is obviously the first day for ENE, but is coinciding almost with the 26th anniversary of the creation of ETF itself. And these 26 years have been years in which we have matured experience, contacts, and partners that we want to share with all of you through the ENE network. When we talk about internationalization from ETF perspective, the question for us is not why internationalization is important, what is the benefit of having an international network. But the real question, because we know, we see it in everything we do, the real question for us is how do we make sure that internationalization benefits everybody taking part? And here in the ENE network, we want to bring that experience. We have, I think, 35 countries which are connected today, representatives from different types of institutions, and already we see that there is interest in growing. But internationalization needs to focus on goals, needs to focus on understanding one another, and we need to then get everybody motivated and active in order to build these bridges. So let me talk about these three aspects of internationalization. First of all, we need to have clear goals, because for some of us, international cooperation is something we do regularly, but for many national providers, for example, for many national agencies, internationalization is something you need to invest in, you need to build capacity. It's not something that comes immediately out of the normal work plans. So we need to understand why we're doing it, what are the advantages and the interest for every participant. We need to focus on clear policy objectives, and we, through the ENE network, hope to show that this international cooperation can, from the outset, identify different areas of interest so that different types of centers can also find ways of cooperating with one another and cooperating on areas where they themselves see advantage for their work. We also need to understand differences. When we come together across borders, we all come with different assumptions about, for example, what is excellence. And that's why in the work that has been done to prepare the launch of the network today, we have already looked at the different dimensions of excellence, trying to understand how this is understood in different contexts, in different countries, and trying to respond to these needs, which are different, but which are in many cases overlapping and complementary. Understanding differences means sharing expectations, means sharing the understandings that we have about what we want to achieve, but also means adapting to one another's needs and maybe adapting also the speed at which we want to progress. I think the ambitions of the ENE network, and I know the colleagues running it in ETF, is to go fast, to cover lots of ground, to make sure that everybody finds their niche. And I think we need to take time today also to put on the table these different expectations in order to build solid foundations for the activities that need to come. And then in order to have successful international cooperation, I think we just need to focus on motivation, on getting everybody taking part to find the motivation that brings them to invest additional resources, additional time, to bring their colleagues around the table, to bring their experience and expertise and share it. Internationalization from this point of view, looking at individuals, looking at teachers, looking at learners, looking at heads of institutes, take time and takes an investment. But in order to bring out this motivation, we need to see what are the individual expectations and create activities that can support and cater to that. And I know that in the conception of the network, this dimension has featured prominently. So as we launch the network today, I really wish you all the best for this work. My only regret is that we are not all together in Torino. Today it's a beautiful day. We see the mountains with the snow, and I'm sure that soon we'll be able to get all of you here with us and be able maybe in a year's time to celebrate the first year of the network and be all together in order to celebrate this milestone. I leave you now in the excellent hands of the excellent team, and I wish you all the best for the works today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cesare Onestini, Director of the European Training Foundation. And now the floor goes to Manuela Geleng, who will tell us about the EU policies and the overall framework. Over to you, Manuela. Please switch camera and mic on. Thank you.
Yes, I'm trying. Yes, now. Okay. Good morning to you all. Cesare, dear representatives of the ETF partner countries, it's really a pleasure for me to be at this launch of the conference on the ETF Network for Excellence. And, you know, Cesare has just mentioned that it's about the date of the anniversary of the ETF, the 36th anniversary of the ETF. But I think this conference comes also at a very important moment, very timely, because the last 2 weeks have been so important in defining strategic visions as well as actions to boost cooperation on vocational education and training. First of all, the Council recommendation on vocational education and training for sustainable competitiveness, social fairness and resilience was adopted on 24th of November. And just a few days ago, on Monday, the Osnabrück Declaration was endorsed by EU member states, the candidate countries, the European Economic Area countries, social partners, and the European Commission. So as you see, vocational excellence is really at the core of our drive to modernize VET in Europe, and it is a pleasure for me to see that it is also being taken forward by ETF and its partner countries to drive forward reforms of your VET systems. Just let me give you a brief overview of the policy frameworks that determine our work on skills and vocational education and training. So let me start by the skills agenda. The skills agenda actually deliberately mentions the word excellence only with the reference to the centers of vocational excellence, to give to the centers the emphasis they deserve. But the skills agenda is also more than this. To achieve a European society that is competitive, but also sustainable, socially fair, and crisis-proof, the level of commitment cannot be anything short of excellence. And that's why we have asked in the skills agenda for cooperation, coordination between all stakeholders, and that they join in a pact for skills. Calling for national skills intelligence systems and comprehensive skills strategies, we really aim at improving the skills governance. European universities are the higher education counterpart of the centers of vocational excellence. They too need to be reinforced by the promotion of scientific and technological pathways, especially among women. A resilient and excellent skill set for every worker is the aim of the action addressing the digital skills, skills for the green transitions, but also transversal skills and skills for life. Last but not least, European skills agenda makes a very strong call to investment in skills, to put into good use all available resources. Now let me come to the VET recommendation and the Osnabrück Declaration. As I said, last week, 10 days ago, more or less, this recommendation on VET was adopted. It's a very important step because it's the first time that in the area of vocational education and training policy, we have a policy framework at European level adopted by the Council. It is a policy framework to make European VET systems future-proof. The recommendation sends a strong message that VET systems need to be put in the driving seat of change in order to successfully tackle current challenges related to skills and human capital, digitalization, and climate change. The recommendation defines the building blocks of high quality and responsive VET systems, such as modernized VET programs contributing to a more green and digital economy, the capacity to respond swiftly to labor market needs, quality offers for every learner, irrespective of age, gender, social status, or any disadvantage, reinforced work-based learning and apprenticeship opportunities, flexibility, including modular qualification and the recognition of non-formal learning, and strong quality assurance systems. All of these building blocks require a solid and wide cooperation among all the stakeholders of VET, and at every level of the operation, from the local level to the regional, to the national and international levels. The recommendation promotes the establishment of centers of vocational excellence because this cooperation model is characterized by all of the above elements that I mentioned and requires a holistic learner-centered approach in which VET is an integrative part of skills ecosystem, contributes to regional development, innovation, and smart specialization strategies, is part of the knowledge triangle between the education and training sector, scientific community, and businesses, also providing vocational education level, vocational education and training that is at EQF levels 5 to 8. That a system that enables every learner to acquire both vocational and key competence through high-quality provision that is underpinned by quality assurance, builds innovative forms of partnership with the world of work. This is really key, and is supported by continuous professional development of teaching and training staff, innovative pedagogies, mobility, and internationalization strategies. The Osnabrück Declaration that was actually adopted on Monday defines the roadmap for putting the provisions of the VET recommendation in practice in the next 5 years. It includes actions both at EU and at national level to achieve the ambitions and objectives of high quality vocational education and training endorsed by all VET stakeholders. It reiterates the necessities to support the establishment of centers of vocational excellence as a key measure to enable VET systems to comply with the requirements of sustainable competitiveness, social fairness, and resilience. In conclusion, I would like to give you a very strong word of encouragement for the success of the ETF Network of Excellence that you are launching today, hoping that it can set the basis of a wider cooperation among the initiatives on vocational excellence that are being launched throughout Europe and those that you are setting up in your countries. I really want to take this opportunity to use this opportunity to thank ETF and in particular the team that is working on this network for the close cooperation with the Commission services and for the very valuable contribution that you have given to help us define the concept of the EU initiative on centers of vocational excellence. And we do look forward to working closely with you in future in building up networks of excellence in Europe and beyond. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful event.
Thank you very much, Manuela, for your inspirational presentation and very useful. Thank you, Cesare, as well, to both of you for setting both the ETF and the EU political framework in the area of skills, vocational education and training, human capital development, and excellence. And I would like now to move straight into the core of our work at the ETF and invite my colleagues to join. So I officially launch session 2, which is about the centers of excellence, the Center of Vocational Excellence as engines for vocational education and training development, our approach. So this session brings together the 5 ETF authors of the publication of the named COVS as engines for VET development, and they will explain the rationale which is behind the work and how the findings lead to the ENE network. So I welcome to this conversation my colleagues Yorios Tisimos, José Manuel Galvin Arribas, Stefan Thomas, Pirita Warinen, and Julian Stanley. We will do this session in an interview style. I kindly ask the colleagues to highlight the nice faces of all of us. And we have, in the order we have in the agenda. So each colleague will have a few minutes to respond to my question. And while each speaker has got the floor, please use the chat to upload your comments and questions. I will start now with Yorios, who is the team leader. Welcome, Yorios.
Morning.
The question for you, thank you and welcome. Can you please introduce the ETF team and then tell us what were the key milestones of this work? Why ENE? And since you're also one of the authors of the ETF publication about the Centers of Excellence, what is new about this publication? I remind that you have 5 minutes, 1 sound when you have 1 minute left, and 2 sounds when you're over time. Over to you, Yorios. Thank you.
Thank you, Daria. Thank you. So you already have on your screen the team. It's an excellent team, I have to say. I'm really thrilled to work with these colleagues. Let me quickly introduce them. It's important that all of our members in the network, they recognize the faces, but also the roles behind each member of the team. You will receive a lot of emails from these people and you will be in continuous communication with them. So it is important to recognize the work of these colleagues. I start immediately from the left. You have Loretta, our project officer. You will not see Loretta on the screen today, but she is the heavy machinery behind all this work. And without Loretta, none of all this work could take place. Doriana, our statistician, she's the person probably you recognize from her emails regarding the self-assessment tool. She's doing a great job there with Julian to set up the tool for everybody. Filippo, our specialist on VED and policy systems, he's the person behind the registry, but he's also the key contact for our partnership with Skillman. You will hear directly from him later on. Daria, no introductions needed. You have seen her already. She's our star from the communication team, and she's leading the work on communication in our team. José Manuel is our senior expert on governance. He's the person behind the autonomy partnership. You will hear directly from him, also being an author of our publication, but also regarding the autonomy partnership. Stefan, he's our senior expert on work-based learning. He's the person behind the collaboration on work-based learning, and you will hear directly from him. He's also one of the authors of our publication. Julian, he's the mastermind of the ENE self-assessment tool. You will hear from him later on. He's also the person who introduced this logic of transmission of excellence into the work of ETF. Floriana, our expert on autonomy, she's running behind the two partnerships. She's the connection between the team and the partners in autonomy and work-based learning. You will hear a lot from Floriana. She's a key person in this team. Pirita, she has a special role. She's following the skills on smart specialization. This is an emerging area, and this is where we want to connect, of course, skills and centers of excellence with the work on smart specialization. And Michela, our youngest member of the team, she's first of all responsible for this beautiful visual, but she's also supporting our work on communication. Thanks to the team. Let's move straight to the next slides. So we started working already a couple of years ago on the Centers of Excellence. Our work contributes and connects with the overall EU work done on Centers of Excellence, and you will hear about that later on from Joao and Michelle. You already heard from Manuel about the overall EU framework. It's important to set up the work on the right tracks. So we started by identifying the different perceptions, and what we have here on this slide is our understanding of the Centers of Excellence. So we see them as engines for VET development. It's not enough to grow by themselves, but they need to bring others into this development. So they're beacons for VET reforms. They are good cases of vocational schools and providers or clusters of those. They are examples of high commitment, and we need to see that in the network as well. And of course, they are examples of good partnerships. This is crucial in excellence. Next slide, please. So the network is a rather complex sort of organization. It looks a bit like that. You can see the different sort of connections. It's part of the role of this network to connect the dots and make sure that everybody finds its space into this network. The key aim is to create partnerships, to develop tools, but also to allow for exchange of knowledge through peer learning and other actions. Next slide, please. So we cannot do everything. We have selected 8 dimensions. All the members know about those because we have communicated them. These are the 8 dimensions you have on the screen now. We need to work further on those dimensions. Already some of our partnerships, they focus on some of them. Next year, we want to go one step further and examine how these dimensions work when it comes to the Centers of Excellence. Thank you, Daria.
Thank you very much, Yorgos, for your great presentation. 5 minutes sharp. This is amazing for someone who is in charge of timekeeping. So our next speaker is José Manuel. José Manuel, you were part of the drafting team of the ETF publication on the Centers of Vocational Excellence. And in the mapping exercise, but also through your research, you have collected evidence of different perceptions of Centers of Vocational Excellence and how ETF is facing advisory processes on the institutional setups of the COVs. Can you please tell us a bit more about this? And you as well have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Daria. Thank you, everyone. Good morning out there. A lot of colleagues that I would like to hug you, but I am imagining that all of you are very close to us today because we feel it. Yes, the question that you put, Daria, we tried in the first chapter, and I recommend you, first of all, to read our report because we invest a lot of passion and energy and love for doing it. We try to answer these 2 questions. So first, on perception of excellence, we used, of course, that research, but also we use our experience to try to unravel in a bit what does it mean. It means, I think I prepared something just to show, it means that there are several ingredients that make this cocktail of perceptions on excellence. The first ingredient I would say is about feelings and emotions, okay? Feelings and emotions that in the vet community are related to have good vet. Good vet is, let's say, I would say a dreaming also from many years ago in our European vet, European vocational education and training, that now through excellence, many countries want to achieve good vet, which is attractive, which have good image, which is also esteem, and it has esteem in terms of parity of esteem with other education sectors. The second thing would be also the second ingredient are the values of the vet community. So excellence is a value that also, you know, and packaging, you find the wish on continuous improvement and the commitment of the continuous improvement of the community in vocational education and training, the transfer of knowledge, the vocational identity, both for students and teachers, the value of innovation, entrepreneurship, etc. But of course, also another ingredient is about the ambition. So we ambition is to be excellent, and the community's ambition to be excellent. And we want that our vocational education and training and our centers contribute for socioeconomic and regional development, employability, social inclusion, skills 4.0 or digital 4.0 skills, green skills, etc. And the fourth ingredient, I would say, is clearly about processes and practices. So to achieve excellence, we need to be very smart to, of course, and to put hats on doing partnership, and doing networks, creating ecosystems. Not forget ever that the excellence is about quality, and we have to use quality assurance as a key process. And as also as Cesare already said, internationalization is a key issue in this story of the perception of excellence. All of these shape the rationales or logics behind setting up Center of Excellence or even pushing up policies for excellence. Next slide, please. So all these rationale and logics also are about efficiency and performance of vet networks. The Center of Vocational Excellence also ambition to channel at provider level public-private partnership for skill development in different forms that can be shaped. It is ambitioned also in this logic, applying lifelong learning, operationalizing vocational guidance, decentralized. Decentralized is also the key issue for many countries, and through Center of Excellence, let's say they trusted Center of Excellence to have or implement autonomous frameworks that are also shaped by accountability activities. There is the issue of the relevant qualifications and curricula that up to 5 to 8 levels even. So it's the rationalization and optimization of the networks. It's an opportunity for many countries to think on the vet networks. and the effectiveness and optimization of the access, which is an issue for many of our partner countries. So it's an institutional response to skill mismatch, sectorial and multi-sectorial specialization, and it's also something that for teachers and for rooting innovation and entrepreneurial dimensions are key. On the issue of advice, ETF is also asked to work with our partner countries on reforming networks. This is the first thing. Reforming of the networks, I think, is something that every day for our partner countries is much more important, and through excellence, we need to, for sure, be evidence-based, and we strongly recommend to start for a mapping that grasp both dimensions of, let's say, more important indicators that are shaping operation of the institutions.
Thank you, José Manuel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And actually, I really think that the words of José Manuel are very relevant to our community, because he brought the idea that he'd like to hug all of us, that we are all far, but there is also a warm dimension within our network, and we're trying our best to make this happen through digital for the moment. But thank you, José Manuel, for reminding us of this, which is fundamental.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Stefan. Please, you can put your mic on and video on. Stefan, the Centers of Vocational Excellence are not a new idea, indeed. So when we look at international experiences, what, according to you, are the main drivers? And what do we know about their impact? You have 5 minutes, and to all participants, keep on sending questions and comments. We'll take them on board later. Over to you, Stefan.
Thank you, Daria. Thank you to all of you. Very welcome also from my side. And as you said it, Daria, Centers of Vocational Excellence, the idea, the concept behind it is indeed nothing new. Centers of Vocational Excellence can be found in Europe, in the member states, in our partner countries, and certainly also in countries in Asia and Africa. And we had a look at the latest developments in these regions, especially in Asia and Africa, and also a look behind or at the drivers behind Centers of Vocational Excellence. In this session, I would like to illustrate what we have seen with some examples. Now, when we look together at this chart, you can see that we can make a distinction, or at least we made this distinction between two main types of Centers of Vocational Excellence: those that are rather government-driven and those that are rather industry-driven. More generally, we could say that government-driven Centers of Vocational Excellence are highly integrated into national vocational education and training systems. So basically, we are talking about schools and TVET colleges that offer initial vocational education, but also programs for adults. Industry-driven Centers of Vocational Excellence, on the other hand, are typically focusing more on short-term, often highly specialized courses that are expected to have an immediate impact on the productivity and also competitiveness of enterprises. Now, I would like to give you some examples. An example for a rather government-driven approach in a country can be found in Vietnam. In recent years, several Centers of Vocational Excellence have been established in Vietnam. They offer various programs, including training programs, for example, in Green TVET. This was highlighted by Manuela before. That's an important emerging area. For instance, for technicians for energy and building technology or heating and climate technology. The Vietnamese government has set out two main functions for the new Centers of Vocational Excellence. First of all, to provide high quality initial and further training according to international standards, so that graduates could easily find employment also abroad, for instance, in Europe, the United States and Japan, or also in the Middle East, where many of the graduates go to find work. Secondly, to provide additional functionalities for the Vietnamese TVET system. For instance, further training for teachers, advisory services to management personnel in other smaller centers or schools in the country, or to support assessment of students. Another example for a more government-driven approach can be found in South Africa. There, the establishment of more than 10 centers of specialization, that's how they call them, has been directly linked to the government's national development plan. The centers of specialization are expected to address the demand for skilled workers in priority trades and to strengthen the capacity also of the public network of TVET colleges to deliver those qualifications in close cooperation with employers and their organizations. What does this mean more concretely? The centers will be tasked with the implementation of a new type of apprenticeship program in priority trades for which a high demand for intermediate technical skills have been identified. These centers have been or will be set up within existing TVET colleges campuses. So now let's come to this, the second category. We talk about rather industry-driven centers, and an example can be found in Bangladesh. While centers in Bangladesh have been established in some sectors like the leather sector or apparel industry, these centers help to design and to deliver a number of national skills programs, but they also provide short-term trainings on topics such as productivity improvement and quality control. These industry sectors I just mentioned, they are highly competitive, and companies that are part of, let's say, global value chains need to make sure that their employees are constantly updated on issues like technological changes, international product standards, environmental standards. So to conclude, in the first category, it is clearly more on provision of education and training, while in the second category, it is more a combination of services for industry and tailored training packages. Now,
thank you very much, Stefan. Sorry, I interrupted you. You had a very
no
important
problem.
message to close.
Thank you, Daria.
Thank you, Stefan. I think it was a very structured and thought-provoking presentation. Thanks a million. If you have questions for all our ETF speakers, please send your questions in the chat. Our next speaker is Pirita. Pirita, you are working on skills for smart specialization. Please switch on camera and mic. And why smart
my microphone is on. My video is not, because it's been disabled by someone. So if they can disable me, that would be great.
While I introduce you, maybe our technical team will try to enable your video. So Pirita, you are working on skills for smart specialization. And while smart specialization is an approach that the EU has been working on for a decade already, what is the role of skills in smart specialization, and how is your work on skills for smart specialization linked to the centers of vocational excellence? I kindly ask for a confirmation that your video is working. Can you try speaking, Pirita?
Yeah, I think you can see me now, no?
I'll see. I don't see you yet.
I think you can, because I can see me.
Okay, then please go ahead. 5 minutes for you.
Okay, thank you, Daria. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Thank you, Daria. You're right. Smart specialization is not new. Smart specialization strategies have been a key means for the European Commission to drive regional competitiveness for already 10 years, if not more, and it is increasingly adopted in the neighborhood countries. In the EU, smart specialization has been confirmed again as a priority for the next financial period, 2021-2027. And about the COVID-19 pandemic, it has actually further underscored the importance of smart specialization as a means to address the economic fallout. So it seems that smart specialization is here to stay. However, while the focus of identifying priorities for smart specialization is economic, actually the implications are broader. This is because smart specialization is about making choices to prioritize certain subsectors over others. As a result, the demand for certain profiles is likely to increase while it will decrease for others. VET needs to accompany these changes or risk hampering growth in fast-growing innovative areas of the economy due to skills gaps. The need to understand the implications of smart specialization strategies on VET and skills has been increasingly raised by employers specifically. Therefore, Last year, we at the ETF set out to develop a methodology to help anchor smart specialization strategies in a realistic supply of relevant skills. And in doing so, the ETF methodological approach kind of sets the ground for really focused VET excellence in those priority areas identified through the smart specialization approach. Next slide, please. Here you can see the methodology that we have developed, what it looks at. I won't go through every single point, but you can see that we look at skills, not just formal VET, and we do pay a particular attention to SMEs. A new element is skills relatedness. It's a bit more complex, but basically what it allows us to do is to not just look at the current human capital in the priority area for smart specialization, but foresee where additional human resources would be available regionally based on similarities of human capital and skills requirements. This is important as some areas might grow and will need additional human resources. There are many advantages to the methodological approach. First, it repurposes already existing tools by combining and adapting them to predict the impact of smart specialization strategies on VET and skills. Second, it relies to a large extent on existing national quantitative data. This means that we can cut the cost of replicating the exercise by national authorities afterwards. Third, the methodology enables identifying skills needs in a timely manner, which makes it possible to provide rapid, relevant, and targeted VET for employers in the priority areas so that they won't face difficulties in growing and meeting the demands of the economy. Fourth, the approach enables VET policymakers to connect VET funding to the budget for the smart specialization strategy. So far, education training has been parallel. Finally, the last and very important point from the point of view of the ENE network is that through matching priorities for smart specialization, the approach makes it easier to identify the right partnerships. Then the approach consists of facilitating cross-border peer-to-peer learning partnerships and internationalization of VET and skills development based on matching smart specialization priorities. The content and structure of the partnerships is designed in a way to help regions and countries achieve their vision for skills necessary to achieve their vision for smart specialization. Next slide, please. Thank you. In terms of the process, the methodology has been designed to accompany the smart specialization approach led by the Joint Research Center, or the JRC. However, the methodology is equally relevant in countries that have not adopted smart specialization. The methodology can accompany a national economic strategy, for instance, which has a vision and a plan of action, and then it can be used to analyze and foresee the impact it will have on VET and skills. The entire process, I have to say, is not short. It takes about 18, optimistically, and up to 24 months to complete. Next slide, please. To conclude, I wanted to show you a few examples of the subsectors, because we do work at subsector level, where we've worked at. So far, we've worked in 3 countries, Montenegro, Moldova, and in Ukraine. And Ukraine, we're currently working at the regional level. And these are examples of some of the subsectors that we've worked in. We've worked in the area of renewable energy actually twice. And I think this concludes it for me. Thank you, Daria. I didn't hear a bell ring, so I'm not over.
Thank you very much, Pirita. Pirita is always great at being actually below the allocated time. So thank you so much for your inspiring presentation, which I think made things much clearer for everyone as regards the role of smart specialization and centers of vocational excellence. So we have a last but not least speaker from the ETF, Julian. So Julian, please switch your mic and camera on while I introduce you. Julian, you will tell us later this morning about the self-assessment tool. And now we would like to hear from you about how the Centers of Vocational Excellence could transmit excellence and why, most of all, this is important. You have 5 minutes, Julian. Over to you.
Daria, thank you very much indeed. Can I have my first slide, please? I want to pick up a point which Manuel Galvin was making at the beginning of the session about the way in which Europe, but other countries have taken centers of vocational excellence as a policy tool to improve the whole quality of the VET system. So excellence is not just important for an institution. Obviously, it is important for every institution, but it's seen as a way of improving the whole performance of the whole VET system. I think we need to understand how one should lead to another. Because I think the idea is, as Manuela mentioned, that it's partly this idea of autonomy and decentralization, that decisions about development will be smarter and will be quicker if more of them are taken at the level of the center, are taken at the level of the institution. It's also about the sense in which we can hope that the services, the training which is provided by centers, will be more responsive to the needs of learners and the needs of employers, and that the relationships will be better because they will be managed locally and not from a remote distance. And also, I think there's a sense in which by making the centers the engine of change, change could be incremental. Rather than trying to have a complete system change all at once, what one can have excellent centers, like those of you which are with us today, who will show the way to others and give them the courage and the trust to advance in that way. Next slide, please. But there's a problem. And the problem is, how do we make sure that excellence is available to all? I mean, there's a danger if we pick the best centers, like your centers, and we support them and we get you to move forward, there's a danger that other centers will get left behind. And I think we need to think about how excellence can be achieved together. In one of these images, you see the example of a peloton. And it's well known that if you have a bunch of cyclists going up a hill together, it's easier for them. It's a bit of a mystery why it's easier, but it is easier. There are social reasons, there are physical reasons, there are psychological reasons. So I think we need to explore how collaboration, how working together for centers can help all of them to get up the hill faster. Next slide, please. So the transmission of excellence depends upon collaboration. It depends upon centers working together. And this is an area, I think, where centers have to make some choices. They have to decide who they're going to collaborate with, but they also have to decide how they're going to collaborate. And our research suggests that there are different degrees, if you like, of collaboration. So first of all, we can speak of a networking, which I suppose is what we're doing here today, where you bring centers together to exchange in a loose connection, and that can develop into an association, which is a stronger relationship. And in some countries, of course, you have centers which are coming together and being integrated in some way, so they actually share some management and they share some resources. Then there's a question of the extent of the duration of the collaboration, from short projects which don't commit you too much for a relatively short period, through to medium-term partnerships, onto more permanent partnerships. And then you have a question of the choice, of the freedom with which a partnership, with which a collaboration is entered into. Is it voluntary, as is our network, where centers are choosing to go into it, or is there some kind of clustering whereby they're encouraged to join together, or are they being forced into collaboration? And there's some evidence that the voluntary associations and collaborations are more effective in producing excellence than the compelled ones, than the rationalizing ones. And then lastly, this issue of how the collaboration is managed. Is it managed by specialist organizations who manage the collaboration on behalf of their members, or is that management more organized by the centers themselves? So we've got some choices here about how collaboration should work. Next and final slide, please. So I just wanted to briefly resume for you some of the different forms that collaboration can take. This is what research shows centers of excellence are sharing, how they are collaborating, and there's evidence that these are all productive for them, that they increase their performance or they save them resources. So first of all, there's the sharing of resources, where centers share their staff, or they share their managers, or they share equipment. I think that's fairly self-evident. Secondly, there's where they collaborate together to engage partners. So rather than building a relationship with an enterprise or with a local regional body individually, they do so in concert, a group of them. Thirdly, there's the fact that centers may come together to choose to provide services collectively. So, for example, they may say, we will set up a joint data storage center, which will manage the data for all of us, or we will do our labor market data collection collectively. Next, there's the somewhat difficult area of the coordination and rationalization of the training offer. This is where centers say, let's plan our provision collectively. So we're not all providing the same courses, but maybe some of us provide courses which are complementary, and perhaps overall we can increase the range of our courses. Then there's projects where centers may come together on short-term projects for the joint development of materials or methodologies. And finally, there's this possibility for collaboration through learning, where members of a group decide they will observe, they will feed back on what they're doing, and they will thereby benefit in increasing what they're able to do.
Thank you very much, Julian.
So just to complete, of course, these are all possibilities within our network, which people have to explore how much they want to take. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julian, who is really at the core of the foundation of the ENE network for the Centers of Vocational Excellence. So it's 10 sharp. We are supposed to be ending this conversation now, but I think if you allow me to take 5 minutes to take 2 of the questions. I've seen many coming on all platforms. I invite all participants on all platforms to keep on posting questions, and those remaining unanswered will be answered at a later stage on Open Space. So I take one from Facebook, and each of you who will want to reply, one person per question, 2 minutes. Will the result of this network be disseminated beyond members? What are the criteria to participate in this network? Will there be a call for next year? And then there is this. There is another question. This is to Stefan more precisely. There are centers of excellence around the world, both government and business-driven. Shall we have the list of them, especially for the business-driven ones, of course, not excluding the government ones? We would like to get in touch and get connected. So first question is from Sidita. The second one is from Özlem. 2 minutes. Who takes the first one, please?
I can take the first one.
Okay, Georgios, time on.
So thank you. So the question is about the dissemination of results. Of course, we will continue communicating with our members, but also with the rest of the world about the findings of these partnerships. They are not in a way our findings. They are findings that they are developed in cooperation with you, with the members. That's how we do the work in ENE. Now, are there any criteria? There is a process, I would say, to if you want to join our network. Not to take much time, the colleagues who are moderating the chat engines, they will send an email, which is the email for the ENE. And you can write to us, and then we will respond and explain what is that process. It's rather easy, rather short, I would say, but then we need to discuss. And the question about the self-assessment tool and when the results are expected from Özlem, I would say that already today in session 5, Julian and Doriana will show the preliminary results. But then, of course, this is a continuous process. We want to put a cycle in place, but you will be informed about that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Yorgos. And now it's over to you, Stefan, from the question from Özlem from Turkey. Over to you, Stefan.
Thank you, Daria. Thank you, Özlem, also for the question. Of course, I don't have a complete overview of all our centers of vocational excellence, even not those that are in our network, not to mention all those centers, business-driven or rather government-driven, that are out there in the world. First of all, clearly, we could say that probably 90–95% of the centers of vocational excellence in our network fall into the first category, so they're rather government-driven. I would say, but this is let's say a hypothesis, that these industry-driven centers of vocational excellence, at least in emerging industries, are rather to be found in transition and developing countries. But we will do a little bit of research on that, and we will definitely come back to you, hopefully with more information and more details. That's
Thank you very much,
all I can
Stefan.
say now.
Thank you very much, Stefan. As Jorgo said, colleagues have shared in all chats on all platforms the email to get in touch with us. I'd like to go quickly through some more comments because it's amazing how much you are active and participating. Mustafa from Tunisia, we could imagine a group of centers associating to reach excellence because this is something which we can reach together. Bezim from YouTube, he's praising Julian for the very nice picture depicting an overall approach for excellence. And then there are many more questions. We are 130 on Zoom. We are 42 on Facebook. We are more than 20 on YouTube. So it's a big group now. But I think that more will be replied later in this conversation. Now I'd like to know about you, dear participants, and check how you feel after this kickoff. So here is another question for you. So I kindly ask my colleagues to post in the chat a link to Mentimeter. Can you all, dear participants on all platforms, see a link in the chat? Can you please click on that link and let me know and let everyone know what your energy level is now? Please click on the chat. I know that on the Facebook and the YouTube, it will take a bit more. Keep on feeling. Let's wait 1 more minute. If I have to say my energy level, yeah, would be 4.5. What about yours? I see that the question is also going up on all the other platforms. 3.9. Who is please putting it a bit higher? Okay, thanks a million. So the energy level is 4 out of 5. So I suggest that now it's time for a coffee. We'll see each other back at 10:15. In the meantime, you can watch, if you like, while drinking your coffee, some videos which we will be showing here on this platform. So see you later at 10:15. Nice coffee or tea or water, whatever, to all of you. And thanks for being part of it.
My name is Sampo Suihka. I'm a General Director in Omnia. Omnia is part of the Espoo Consortium. Omnia Education Group consists of 4 different organizations, but all in one consortium. The biggest one is Omnia Joint Authority of Education in the Espoo region. Then we have 3 companies, out of which Omnia Education Partnership takes care of our international affairs. Our strategy is based on sustainability. We are dreaming to take care of the areas employment, migration, well-being and innovation. Altogether, we have almost 35,000 students and the number of staff is about 1,000 people. So we can offer studies for vocational qualification. We can give graduates from general upper secondary education, get inspired and learn at liberal adult education course, find your future at youth professional workshops, learn in basic education for adults. Omnia has developed to one of the leading vocational education trainers in Finland. Omnia is Univex Center of Excellence, ETF Center of Vocational Excellence, United Nations School, active XARSA member, leading in three twinnings in European Union. Our learners have the most important task in the world, to make their dreams come true. That's what Omnia is for.
My name is Mervi Jansson. I'm the CEO of OEP, Omnia Education Partnerships. We are the international consultancy and training arm of 4 Finnish organizations with a student body of over 30,000 annually. Over 50% of these students are professionals studying in upskilling and reskilling programs. Our parent organizations have partnership agreements with over 3,000 companies, so corporate training is one of our strengths. Our international training and diploma programs focus on leadership and management, innovation, digital skills, entrepreneurship, and implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We work in partnership with leading organizations from Finland and our target markets. Our goal is to maximize the impact of the training. We use state-of-the-art digital solutions. Our experts are internationally experienced professionals who apply Finnish training standards and methodology. The assessment is based on competence and requires combining theory and practice. All of our diplomas are accredited by the Finnish National Agency for Education and valid in most OECD countries.
Колледж современных технологий в машиностроении и автосервисе. Здесь ты найдешь 8 специальностей после 9 и 11 классов. Тебя не пугают слова «логистика», «стратегия», «закупки» и «хранение». Думаешь, это склад? Нет, это склад. Здесь ты сможешь научиться программированию элементов мехатронной системы и заставить роботов подчиняться тебе. А может, твое призвание продлевать жизнь технологическому оборудованию? Ну а если тебе нужно что-то потяжелее, и металл для тебя это не пустой звук, значит ты сможешь с этим справиться. Ты сам токарь своего счастья, а мы поможем воплотить твои самые смелые желания. Любишь всех заводить? Вот что значит заводить. Нравится собирать готовые конструкции из самых мелких деталей? Значит, ты сможешь собрать и это. Ну а если у тебя есть большие амбиции, талант и крутые идеи, с нами ты сможешь выйти на международный уровень. Ну а после занятий в нашем колледже ты сможешь сдать на права и научиться водить, как Шумахер. Или побить мировой рекорд по плаванию. Забросить свой лучший 3-очковый. Прокачать не только мозг, но и тело. А также найти свой голос. Ну признайся, ты уже захотел в колледж современных технологий в машиностроении и автосервисе? Настал твой час X. Пришло время поступать правильно.
Good morning and welcome back to our conference for the launch of the ENE network for vocational centers of vocational excellence. We're just after coffee. I hope you feel much more energized than you were before. Before you were 4 out of 5, maybe now it's 5 out of 5. And now I officially, please let me launch the session 3 about EU support services and Erasmus. So for the next session, our speakers do not need an introduction because they have been at the heart of this initiative at the EU side from the very, very beginning. So I'd love to introduce, please show the slide with the speakers' names, João Santos, Senior Expert from the European Commission, and Michel Grandbert, Head of Sector Skills Erasmus+, Platform Skills and Innovation from EACA. João and Michel will introduce the development at the Commission level and in Erasmus+. So now it's over to you, João, for the next inspiring 30 minutes. When you will hear my ting-ting sound at 10:45, it's because we will be over time. Over to you, João, and thanks a lot for being with us.
Thank you very much, Daria, and thank you very much to all the participants in this meeting today. I saw that you had almost 200 people enrolled, which is quite an achievement. And I have to, start by really thanking the ETF and in particular Georgios and the fantastic team of 11 people that you showed in the previous slide. Because, if there's any heart of the coves, I think there are many hearts or many fathers, if you want, of the coves, and the ETF is among those for sure. You've been incredible in the technical support you've given us in sharing your experience with the partner countries. So looking beyond Europe and also benefiting what we are doing in Europe with this experience from outside, which I think is a sort of a win-win proposition. Your partner countries learn from what we are doing and we learn from what they are doing. So first, big thank you for this. I will try to, in the next 10 minutes, to give you an overview of what we are doing at the European level to promote the centers of vocational excellence. And I think it's quite interesting of what we've already seen this morning of how the ETF with its expertise is then translating what we are doing in Europe to the real context of your partner countries and how it can then be developed. So it's really very interesting for me to also participate and learn from what you are discussing in this conference. Now, if we can go ahead with the slide, I would propose to start with a small animation video to sort of give you an idea of what we want from the Centers of Vocational Excellence. Daria, can you please go on to the next slide? Thank you. So if we can go to the next slide, please. I could practically stop talking now because I hope the video, in a very simple terms, gave you an idea of what we are trying to do, but you still have to hear me a few more minutes. So in this slide, I try to encapsulate what is these centers of vocational excellence in just, in one slide. So the goal is really that vocational excellence, the way we see it, is a way of empowering both young people that are preparing, to have the skills for the labor market, as well as adults with the skills that they need for fulfilling careers and to meet the needs and the objectives of economic and social development. So it's to put learners at the center, empower them, and by empowering them, we are contributing to economic and social development. So if you want, this is the ultimate goal that we want. And how are we doing it? We are doing it in two ways. First of all, we know that vocational centers are usually working for the local labor market. So what we do at the end of the day is for our local needs. It's to support local companies that need, fresh ideas, that need skilled people in order to progress. But of course, we also know that if we only look at our belly button, we are losing the big picture. If we only look at what we are doing in Portugal or in France or in Italy or in Germany, and we fail to see what is happening in China, in Russia, in Belarus, in Ukraine, in Canada, we are losing the big picture because there's developments taking place all over the world and we have benefits in interacting with each other. So the COVs are delivering at the local level, but doing so learning from transnational collaborative platforms, getting European vet providers, European companies working with companies in Ukraine and in other European countries as well, and sharing experiences together. The way we are supporting this initiative is mainly through Erasmus Plus, a program that I'm sure you all heard about, but also other EU funding mechanisms like the European Social Fund, the European Regional Development Fund, InvestEU, Horizon Europe, working on research as well. And what we want is to really bring all the partners together, not only vet providers, not only the education system, but really all those that have a role to play in identifying skill needs, in developing strategic regional development plans and the education sector, so that they work together, they understand where we should be going, and they make sure that the education system is delivering in that respect. Next slide, please. It feels a little bit weird having to ask for next slide, but okay, let's see how it works. But okay, so this slide gives you sort of a summary of what has been said. So COVs are an integrative part of the skills ecosystems at mainly local level. They contribute to innovation, they contribute to regional development, they contribute to smart specialization strategies and cluster strategies as well, and they do it by bringing all these partners together. So vet institutions, universities of applied sciences, research centers, companies, chambers, policymakers, employment services as well. This is very important because if adults are enrolled in unemployment, public employment services, the vet centers, knowing what are the future skill needs, can cooperate, can equip these people with the skills they need in order to go back to the labor market, to contribute to what is regional development. So this is basically the idea. Next slide, please. So another important element that we've developed is on how does VET contribute to the knowledge triangle? How can we make sure that the knowledge triangle is not only about research, businesses and universities, but vocational education and training can also contribute to this? And in this slide, you can see the various links we've identified, how what business needs can support our curricular development, how the way we then develop the curricula and provide people those skills can contribute to the business and industry ecosystem, and how we should also, vocational training has to be part of research and development. We have applied research projects that while we are doing it, we are learning new things, we are coming up with new ideas. And if we are part of this research link, we can then bring the results of this research immediately to the curricula, so that we are not reacting to research and to innovations that come from the outside of the system, but we are part of the system itself. We are doing the research that will help us improve the curricula. Next slide, please. So, you know, we know that in Europe and also in the ETF partner countries, the vet systems are very different from each other. What you have in Germany and in Portugal and in Italy, there are some common elements, but they are very different. So what we tried to do is we conducted a study, a mapping study, in which we tried to look in Europe, when you see vocational excellence, what are the key success factors that are behind it? Irrespective of the differences, whether you have a dual model or a more school-based model, in any case, what do you always see whenever you have excellence? And we identified three key elements. The first is that there have to be strong partnerships among the various players. So beyond the vet institutions, so with companies, with public employment services, regional development authorities, they have to be, and these partnerships are not only because you are doing a project on vocational excellence, it's because it's part of your DNA as vet centers, that you understand that you are part of a wider system and you can only be successful if you are in touch with them. Second element is that whatever you do has to also be linked to strategic thinking of how the development in your region, in your country is going to take forward. So that when you have a strategic idea of where your region, your city, your country wants to be in 5 years, you also have to link it with what is the skills development, so that the two are talking the same language, that what you want for the future of your country is also being replicated in the kind of skills that the education system is providing to support this. The other one is integration of activities, that you are not only providing qualifications for young people, you are really providing a set of activities, which includes upskilling and reskilling of adults, which includes giving credit for non-formal learning, giving guidance to people, providing people the opportunity to learn entrepreneurship skills, to build their own companies. So really going beyond what is the traditional function of vet, which is providing a qualification for the labor market, providing a set of services. Next slide, please. And as part of these activities, we've identified 25 activities that quite usually are present when we're talking about vocational excellence. And we've grouped them under teaching and learning, cooperation and partnerships, governance and funding. Next slide, please. I hope you give me a few more minutes because it takes so much time to move from one slide to the other. But okay, so vocational excellence over here, I've got just an example of some of the activities that I mentioned that you usually see when vocational excellence is present. The yellow activities are those that have to do with teaching and learning. The green activities with cooperation and partnerships. And the blue ones with what I mentioned of governance and funding. So this is just to give you an example that should provide much more than a qualification, validation and guidance, quality assurance, feedback loops in which we are interacting with companies, understanding how the skills we are providing are then used on the workplace, providing partnerships with companies for apprenticeships, for internships, and so on. So next slide, please. I know I'm running a little bit out of time, so I'll try to rush it, but I'll be available for questions after. Now, we want not only to provide the political impetus that I mentioned on coming up with the concept of vocational excellence, we want to also provide financing, and that we are doing with Erasmus+, but we also want to provide a set of support services that ensures the quality and the success of the project. We are developing this concept right now. I'm not going to get into detail on this, but to tell you that we want support services that will have 3 pillars. One is a knowledge hub, where we provide new evidence, new research. Another one is a capacity building where we provide networking opportunities that companies and vet centers from all over Europe can come together. And the third pillar is on technical assistance and counseling, so guidance, providing people with information of where they can find funding, providing people with information on tools that allow them to scan their ecosystem so that they better focus on what they can do in their region or in their country. So these are the support services that we are currently developing. It's not yet ready. We are working with a joint research center in Seville in order to develop this, and it should be available in early 2021. Next slide and last slide, please. And we are also developing something which is very much related to the meeting you are having today on this ETF network of excellence. We want to support the creation of a community of practice on vocational excellence. And what we want is that this community of practice is really empowering the practitioners, so people that are on the ground developing vocational excellence, and they would be the driving force of the European initiative on centers of vocational excellence. We want to bring not only the leaders of the projects that are currently working in Europe, we want to also bring vet provider associations. We want to bring you, the people that are members of the network of excellence, to also be part of this, to help us, better refine what should be done. And nobody is better than this, than the people that are on the ground every day, investing their time and trying to provide young people and adults with solutions. The kind of activities we'd like this community of practice to undergo is to identify and share information on developments and resources, identify gaps where we need more intelligence, where we need more research, where we need more funding, and help us understand it so that then we can try to do something about it. So it's really trying to get your opinion of what has to be done so that we can better serve you to be successful in these centers of vocational excellence. So this is the last slide I had. We can go to the last one. I like this to finish with this last picture. Yes, this is follow your passion. And we want vocational training to really be a first choice. Vocational training is and will always be also a solution for all those that didn't manage in the education system to find exactly what they want, that dropped down from the system, that for social reasons, because they come from disadvantaged groups, don't have access to other opportunities. Vocational training will always be a solution for those people. But vocational training is much more than that. We cannot allow us to be seen just as the poor element of the education sector that is there for social reasons. We are there for social reasons, definitely we are, but much more than that. We can provide support, we can empower people with the skills they need to help their countries, their regions, their cities, and their local communities to develop. And that's what we want with the Centers of Vocational Excellence. I wish you a very successful event, and I understand that in March we'll be back together, and I hope that we can continue this interaction through the ETF of learning from what you are doing in the ETF partner countries, and also sharing with you the excellent examples of vocational excellence we have in Europe. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, João, for your inspirational intervention. I invite everyone to keep on collecting and sending questions and comments. And if not now, we'll be replying to all of them on our open space platform. So now I'd like to give the floor to Michel Grandbert, Head of Sector Skills, Erasmus+, Platform Skills and Innovation from EACEA. Michel, you have 10 minutes, and then we'll move to the next session. Over to you, Michel.
Many thanks, Daria, and many thanks also to João for his inspiring speech. It's great to have interlocutors, both from the Commission and the Executive Agency, being indeed so passionate about Center of Vocational Excellence. I'm very pleased to be here today to explain to you how in the Education, Audiovisual and Culture Executive Agency, we try to transform policy into action via Erasmus within the framework of the Center of Vocational Excellence. Next slide, please. Our mission actually is indeed to implement and manage many European funding opportunities and a network in audiovisual, sport, culture, media, etc. But let's concentrate today on our activities in vocational education and training within the Erasmus Plus program. So to help you to understand, and we'll see that on the next slide, the interconnection in between the strategic role played by the Commission and the executive role played by our agency is demonstrated here. Actually, we implement together with the Commission the call for proposal. We deal with the project selection. We guide all the project through the whole life cycle, in following up, monitoring, controlling, in having some assessment of the reporting, giving some feedback to the project, but also to the DG, that help feeding the reflection for further improvement. And it allows in this life cycle to have on a yearly basis an adjustment linked also to your expectation, you or target public, and to allow that kind of dynamic approach linked to the program. So what is going on in the executive agency related to the Center of Vocational Excellence? We can go to the next slides. We are already in, well, actually the second or even the third year of reflection about the Center of Vocational Excellence. They were launched as a pilot call within cooperation and innovation, a strand of the program in 2019. At that moment, the angle of approach was more sectoral. It was part of the Sector Skills Alliance, but the frame and the implementation mode was already showing a kind of stability that we try to implement now. 4 program countries, at least 8 full partners, and the approach was already really oriented to development of a skills ecosystem at local level and in line with local growth and innovation strategy. 5 very successful projects were selected. They are already in place since more than 1 year now. We have a project in the water sector. We have a project which is dealing with connectivity of devices and services. We have a project on advanced manufacturing, a project on digital innovation up for a cloud-based service. And finally, we have also an interesting project on sustainable regional cultural development. So on this encouraging base, we have implemented together with the Commission, we see that on the next slide, in 2020, the first specific call for proposal completely dedicated to the Center of Vocational Excellence. So we were there targeting large-scale projects with a higher budget than in 2019. So in average 4 million euro per project for a 4 years period, not anymore 2 years as in 2019, for the real phase of establishment of the platform of Center of Vocational Excellence. So what was really new and very interesting for you is that we tested this year the involvement of countries that are not exclusively the Erasmus Plus program country. So we enlarged the scope to the involvement of associated partners from Erasmus Plus partner country. And it was extremely successful. We can see that in the project that just started recently, last month, we had 7 projects. And we will now, to give you a kind of a flavor of how it looks like, the selection of those projects, what is going on, how to proceed. We will concentrate now within the next few minutes, the scope on the 7 projects that have been selected just a couple of months ago. So we can see that on the next slide, please. So this is the general frame of the call, but I wanted to show that to you because despite the fact that we now have this new Erasmus Plus program that is still under decision mode, so the launching of the program will be a little bit later compared to this frame that you have in front of you, but we will make sure in the executive agency to maintain the general scope. So we will make sure to leave to the applicants, even if the call will be published only in January, we will make sure to leave at least 3 months for the preparation of the application. We wish to have solid application and to give you time to prepare that in let's say, a concerted way with your partnership. We will still have 4 years duration. We will try, of course, you know, the program is not yet fully approved, but we will try to have a budget which is in line with what was the budget this year, 4 million per project, 80% financing. And last year, the decision was taken in July. It will be a little bit later this year, but we will make sure that it has no impact for you in terms of taking the time to prepare your application. And then we will squeeze a little bit in the executive agency, the decision time, to allow you also to implement the project as soon as possible. We can go to the next slide. So those are the award criteria that will be applicable as this year. We will assess very carefully, with the help of external experts, the relevance of the project, the quality of the project design and implementation, the quality of the consortia, and the cooperation arrangement in between the main coordinator and the partners involved. And very important, of course, for that kind of exemplative project, we will assess the impact and dissemination of the initiatives that are presented. So in the next slide, you will see, well, a few facts and figures about the project selected. So we have received 55 applications this year, 2020, involving more than 1,300 partners, actually, and 7 high-level quality projects were selected for almost 28 million. You can see that while we have different countries in terms of coordination, but of course, we have large partnerships in those projects, so it covers largely the whole Europe. So the next slide will show you some information about, well, the area of the selected project. So interesting enough, we can see that the main priority of the Commission for the next 7 years period of the new MFF, the digital and green transition are tackled. We have projects dealing with sustainable growth, with social fairness, with social inclusion. We have also extremely interesting thematic project cover, and with a range of EQF level from 3 to 7. So I invite you to follow the development of those projects. Now, you will find them on the website of the agency, together with a compendia, with facts and figure, explaining step by step the development of the project. In the next slide, you can see that in those projects that just started, we have 120 partners and a lot of associated partners. You can see notably there in the graph, Belarus is included, Tunisia is included notably. So we could really, in testing this model this year, feel the real interest from the partner countries associated to the Erasmus Plus program. We could see also that despite the fact that we had clear ambitions related to those projects, the projects that we received were very impressive in respecting those ambitions. In the next slide, you can see that even if the requirement in terms of number of partners involved was 8, the average number of partners by project is 17, actually. So from 11 to 22 partners, very ambitious initiatives. And in terms of countries involved, you will see in the next slide that despite the fact that the requirement was to have 4 program countries on board, in average, the project have 6, in between 4 and 8, with many, many associated partners involved. The next slide will show you the diversity of the organization involved. Obviously, we have many vocational education and training providers, but also social partners, small and medium-sized enterprise, higher education institution. We have a research institution, large enterprise, and quite an emerging interest from national, local, and regional bodies, which play a key role, of course, in the dissemination and impact of the project. So what is coming next, actually? Well, the program is not yet approved, but I can already give you a kind of flavor of what will happen. The principle will be stability regarding the way the 2020 call was adopted. The whole concept will be really about contributing to regional development, innovation, inclusion, smart specialization strategy. We will make sure that the platform presented as part of the knowledge triangle, working closely with other education and training providers, but also with the scientific communities and business, of course. And the innovative part of the project should be really a key component. What is also new is that the partner countries will be, and yet again, I speak under the reserve that the program is not yet approved, but clearly our wish from the Commission, from the agency, is to have the partner countries involved, not only of us in terms of associated partners that can be involved in the project, but with no fund allocated, but as full partner in the project. And I think that this might be very interesting for all of you. So we are running a little bit short of time, so I will go to the end of this presentation. Well, a lot of support services are developed for a very large target public here in terms of service support guidance, a little bit coaching, I would say, we offer to our Erasmus Plus project selected is a large panel of help desk frequently asked questions. We diffuse video capsules on project management, administration, and finance. On our website, we have a little community of practice via Teams. We have support from external experts to help you in the implementation of the project. We are in day-to-day contacts with the project promoter. We diffuse webinars on specific areas, and we encourage peer-to-peer learning and exchange of good practice. So have a look on our website, contact me. I will be very pleased to enter into this dialogue with you, and my whole team is also at your disposal. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much to João Santos and Michel Grombert for this very, very useful presentation, which is full of tips and inspiration for all of you. I invite you as well to follow up on what they've just said by clicking on the resources, the digital resources that, for example, was just mentioned by Michel. We're over time, so we will not be able to get your questions now. But I see that there are many from Anastasia from Zimbabwe, then we have Daniela from Serbia. We have a number of you who are still posting questions. We are collecting them. They are not lost. They will be replied to on our ETF open space community, if not in the chat while we are speaking now. So please keep on adding your comments and questions. Each question and comment is not lost. So thanks a million to Michel and João. Now I need to run to the next session, which is Coves in the neighborhood. So I welcome the speakers from this new session to join in and switch the mic on and the video on. So this session brings examples of centers of excellence from 4 different countries from the EU neighborhood. We are basically traveling throughout the neighborhood. So stay tuned for an interesting exchange about their work, challenges, and achievements. My colleague Perita is chairing with this meeting, which will last until 11:30. Perita, everything is in your good hands.
Thank you, Daria, again. But first of all, this is a very important session, this one for us, because in this session, we really wanted to give the floor to the members in the ENE network to show the excellence they are delivering locally, like João also mentioned, and now bringing to the ENE network. These are really the local workforces that are integral members of the local ecosystems and part of the strategic thinking and vision for growth and competitiveness in our partner countries. All of the speakers have been asked to just focus on one issue that they excel in, a very, very difficult choice. But I will let them tell you what they will focus on. But first, we wanted to have a bit of a quick introductory round so that you know a little bit who are the different people speaking in this session. So I suggest we start with a quick round of introductions. We will be traveling, like Daria said, to the neighborhood. And I suggest we start with Turkey. And we go to Bige Susuzlu. Bige, would you like to say hi to the participants?
Hi to every participant. I greet you from the city of Bursa, located in the northwest of Turkey. Thank you for this valuable conference, and thank you that you make us a attendee of this conference.
It's absolutely our pleasure, Bige. Thank you very much. And now we travel all the way to Kazakhstan. Apologies. No, we go to Belarus. We go to Artyom Rybak. Over to you, Artyom.
Hello. Hello from Belarus. My name is Artyom Rybak.
Thank you. Artyom, the sound is not very good, so when you're going to speak, maybe just try if you can use a microphone or something. The sound was not very good just now. Okay. Thank you, Artyom. Okay. And Artyom is with Nadezhda, who will be helping with the presentation. Thank you. And let's now move to Kazakhstan and Janambayevich, over to you.
Thank you, Pirita. Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you for giving opportunity to speak up on the ETF conference.
Thank you. Thank you, Janarbek. And now our last but not least speaker in this session, let's move to Tunisia, to Mohammed Betayev. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning from Tunisia.
We can hear you, but we cannot see you.
The camera is not working, the right of administrator.
Okay, well, lucky for us. Oh, there we go. Now we can see you. Perfect. Okay. So thank you very much, Mohammed, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So now that we've kind of all met the speakers in this session, let's get to know them a little bit better. Like I said, we want in this.
Sorry if I interrupt you. If our friends from and general kind guests from Belarus, if they could kindly rename their video, because it's named Cesare Onestini, which is our director. If you can please type on the 3 dots over your name, and if possible, rename your image. Thank you so much. For technical help, I'm available. Sorry, Pirita.
That's okay. Okay, so like I said, all speakers in this session has been asked to focus on one area, and that was a very, very difficult choice because there are many areas that they actually excel in. So as a result, in this session, we will be hearing about how centers of excellence are addressing industry skills needs, how they're addressing adult education to meet the challenge of aging society, entrepreneurial learning to strengthen the competency that employers so crave for. And the key to open it all is the teacher training to ensure teachers get the hang of the innovative pedagogy, etc., etc., etc. Each speaker has a maximum of 8 minutes, and we've been warned that we should shorten a bit our session. So let's see. So if you can do shorter, then this has been requested by the organizers that you do so. But originally we had 8 minutes, so I will forgive you if you stick to your 8 minutes of presentation, and then we take the questions from the floor if we have time. And let's now start and go back to Bige in Turkey, and over to you, Bige, for your presentation.
Thank you so much, Prita. I work as the director of Coşkun Education Foundation. I will give some brief information about our foundation today. And then I will give some information about our trainee and trainer model, our approach. So in the next slide, we can start from our foundation's facilities, I think. Our foundation was established in 1988 to produce public benefit services in the field of vocational education. Our foundation is a public benefit one. And it has benefited 26,000 people up to date. Today, I would like to give you brief information about teacher trainings. In addition to focusing on education of young people, we believe that training of trainers is an area that should be focused more, especially with the digital transformation we have experienced in recent years. We believe that the emergence of new professions and with the change in human resources expectations in the industry, we have seen that trainers' trainings gain importance from a higher perspective. While conducting these trainings, we use our own models. But firstly, I will give some information about who we are. The first of our most important programs is Applied Vocational Education Programs. This program aims to educate disadvantaged young people in the field of machine technology and gain a valid diploma. Those students also receive financial support while studying from our foundation. And after their graduation, we offer them 100% job guarantee. In other words, not only education, but employment is also one of our priority in this program. And we continue this program for 32 years. The program continues in 18 months. 12 months of it are classroom and laboratory trainings, and then students go to the companies to work in the real situations and to make their on-the-job training. At the end, they took their VET high school diploma, and in this pandemic situation, by the way, the program continues with distance learning. In addition to this, we give some short or long-term training to companies on different subjects like additive manufacturing, lean management, OHS issues, and electronics issues. We design boutique trainings and offer them as a tailor-made methodology. And except training, we have some other facilities like scholarships, recruitment facilities, and development of teachers and trainers, which will be my focus today. Our infrastructure is a 3-floor building in Bursa, and we give our facilities in this building, which is near to the biggest organizational zone of Bursa, which is an automotive city. Next slide, please. After giving brief information about our facilities, we can continue with teacher trainings, I think. We discussed teacher training under 2 headings. The first is the training of technical teachers. We provide in-service training within the scope of protocol we signed with MONE, Ministry of National Education. Under the protocol we signed, technical teachers are able to develop their professional skills with the new technologies and reinforce their skills during the visit to factories. So we don't just give trainings, we also give them opportunities to factory visits or meeting with the professionals. Our in-service training programs are held in machinery technology, electronics technology, welding technology, and automation technology. Up to now, 650 technical teachers have benefited from this program. In the pandemic period, we changed our programs to online, and we also had some other trainings like Python. Therefore, it becomes, I think, important to differentiate our methodologies according to the requirements. Agility emerged as the most important competence of VET institutions during the pandemic period. By redefining our position according to the changing conditions, we made special designs for the pandemic period. We definitely make company visits during teacher training. At the same time, as I said, teachers find opportunity to meet with the professionals from the industrial world. Therefore, our goal in in-service training program is to create an awareness of the teachers we teach, not only in technical terms, but also for VET graduates recruitment market. So they have opportunity to see the real industry, business world, their problems, their solutions, and the developments of the working life. So we call this in-service training program as not just a training program, but it is a development program with company visits, professional talks, ecosystem management. And in the second item, you can see the school principal trainings, which is the first training, actually the first model in Turkey as a private institution. We decided on school principals program last year. The most important need here came from the transformation in industry. Our school principals as leaders cannot feel this transformation because they are not in industry, actually. They have many responsibilities in their institutions they lead. They don't do just administrative management, you know. Therefore, we thought that their training would contribute to teachers, students, and parents because they manage really a big ecosystem. They affect this big ecosystem. Here, our ministry also provided us with significant support. And we started the program, which continues 9 months. This program doesn't contain, again, technical information. This program has only one purpose: to improve the behavioral competencies of school vet school principals and to increase their awareness about the business world. Because they communicate with students, they communicate with parents, they manage a big size of teachers. So they have to know the needs in industry, needs in business world. So our program includes assessment centers, coaching programs, trainings like in Industry 4.0, Dark Factory, and some conferences. We have making also vision conferences with the professionals.
Thank you, Bige, so much. So interesting. I think this is an area, teacher training and principal training, which is something that is really, really of acute interest in many of our partner countries. I think there will be a lot of discussions also in the ENE network on this topic. Thank you, Bige, so much. We will now move to Belarus. So over to Nadezhda in Belarus. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me well?
It's a little bit better than it was.
Okay, then let me start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you today. My name is Nadia, and I'll be speaking on behalf of Mr. Artyom Rybak, Director of College of Modern Technologies in Mechanical Engineering and Car Service. What I'd like to present to you is a short review of our Research Center of Excellence and its activity in training, retraining, and advanced training of adults. But before, let me tell you some words about our college. So, dear friends, welcome to Belarus, welcome to Minsk, and welcome to College of Modern Technologies in Mechanical Engineering and Car Service. It is situated in Minsk, it's the capital of Belarus, and we are in the eastern part of Europe. Next slide, please. The college was established in 1983, and since that time it has been acting as the largest VET institution of the Republic of Belarus in the field of training for machine building industry. Today, college has state-of-art facilities and resources, highly qualified teachers and vocational training teachers, and unique methodological support. It provides the 4th and 5th levels of training according to ISCED in more than 90 educational programs, and 678 students study at college in the year of 2020. As for the qualifications and professions, you can see them on the slide, and these professions are directly related to mechanical engineering and automobile industry. Also, I'd like to mention some significant achievements of our educational institution, and among them, the establishment of CNC Machines House Workshop, the Resource Center of Excellence, and it was in 2007. In the year of 2019, FESTO authorized and certified training center for Industry 4.0 and mechatronics was started, and this year, we are included in ENE network, and we are really proud of this. Next slide, please. As you can see from this slide, our training facilities include 2 modern industrial laboratories, 17 workshops, 14 laboratories, and 26 lecture rooms, and as I've already mentioned, the Resource Center of Excellence. And here we have some pictures of our modern labs and workshops, and I think these pictures illustrate my words. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, the Resource Center of Excellence was opened in 2007, and it was a pilot project. The idea was to establish a center on the basis of an educational institution with advanced and unique intellectual and technical resources, and we succeed. Nowadays, it acts as an institution for further and vocational education. exercising concentration and providing access to expensive and exclusive resources. The facilities and equipment of the center is regularly replenished and upgraded, and the teachers and trainers undergo training and internships, including abroad. Today, the main areas of work, but not all, of the center are training, retraining, and advanced training for adults. We offer following qualifications: car operation and repair, equipment operation, mechanical metalworking on machines and production lines. And professions offered are CNC machines adjuster, CNC machines operator, and car fitter. The trend of training, retraining, and adult training is relevant today for following reasons. Firstly, a lifelong learning is getting very important tool worldwide to career success. Advanced technologies, equipment upgrade, and many industrial enterprises also require the ability to work with such modern equipment and tools. Secondly, the problem of population aging in Belarus leads to retirement age increase. For some people, it means upskilling or even getting a new profession. And finally, it's one of the tools to help the unemployed people. Next slide, please. You may ask, who are your students on training, retraining, and advanced training programs for adults? They are the representatives of our base institutions, as well as private companies and industrial enterprises. They are a group of unemployed people sent to us by the employment agencies. They are trainees and teachers from other educational institutions, colleges and universities, and of course, individuals. On the slide, you can see the data on how many people completed these programs for adults from 2016 to the year of 2020. And you can see that the number changed slightly, which confirms the relevance and demand for this kind of educational services. So how do we structure our work in this area? On the one hand, it's the presence of many years of experience. On the other hand, it's the systematic, well-functioning work for our team at all levels. We succeed because we usually start by analyzing labor market and industry demands. Then we offer in-demand professions. Also, we designed flexible from 1 day to 6 months and customized training programs. Modern equipment, technologies, and methodology, as well as experienced trainers, owners of international training certificates, are our strengths. And in the end, our learners get state-recognized and international certificates. Well, I'm completing. And as a final point, I'd like to impress you with one fact. We have a student who is 71 years old, and he attends classes together with our young learners. And it's a perfect example, to my mind, that a lifelong learning isn't just a tendency or trend, but it's present-day reality.
Thank you so much, Nadezhda and Artyom. Thank you so much. I will have to interrupt you here. A very interesting approach in Belarus on shared resource centers and adult education, very interesting. We have to move now quickly to Kazakhstan and over to Janarbek. Janarbek, can you hear me well?
Yes, I do hear you well, Pirita. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Over to you. I would really ask you to stick to the speaking time. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Janarbek Jarulgasinov. I am a director of APEC Petrotechnic College, located in western part of Kazakhstan, in Atral city. Can you put on the next slide, please? APEC Petrotechnic College is a leading innovative college founded in 2013 by Ministry of Education of Republic of Kazakhstan in partnership with Southern Alberta Institute of Technology. Currently, our college provides training for the oil and gas industry in 8 specialties demonstrated on the slides. Current contingent is 1,370 students. Training is conducted in English, which ensures the flexibility of employing graduates and meets the requirement of future employers. Next slide, please. So mainly my presentation will be concentrated how we can make, how can we be responsive to the employer needs. So in order to meet the needs of the employers and supply college graduates with necessary skills, we use modern educational and IT technologies during training. Educational programs are built on modular basis, which determines their flexibility and allows quickly update and replace specific models when the requirements of the labor market change and be responsive to the employer needs. The teaching methodology is focused on the competency-based approach to knowledge acquisition. College has all necessary equipment and tools, which is nearly similar to the ones that is being used on the production side, and other resources needed for the development and formation of skills and abilities of the students. The training is focused on the development of communication skills, critical thinking, the ability to identify and solve problems, as well as work in the team that will contribute to be productive participation of young people, not only in the educational process, but also in the society in general. Since the training is conducted in English, this creates the ability to express thoughts, ideas in the language of the international communications, business and informational technology, and so on. The teaching staff is the main and most valuable asset of the APEC Petrotechnic College. In this connection, a set of measures is being carried out to improve the quality of teaching staff. One of them, in order to ensure the preservation and renewal of knowledge, the teachers of the APEC spend at least 160 hours in a year at the production job site. This approach allows teachers to teach students the latest technologies used directly in production. Also, we regularly organize guest lectures by people working in the production. As today, as most of you might know, the dual education system is one of the most effective forms of training technical specialists. This format makes it possible for employers to prepare personnel for themselves, which will reduce cost and time provided for search and selection of employees and retraining and adoption of them. Of course, this from another perspective is this practice provides a great opportunity for our students to try themselves, their skills in production environment, which increases the chances of successful implementation in their specialty after the graduation. Another important thing I wanted to say is the introduction of international industry standards, which allowing us creating conditions for obtaining additional qualification and certification recognized in the world for our students, apart the diplomas, the government approved diploma which we have, also helping to build the mutually beneficial cooperation with business in terms of training and retraining the existing enterprise employees in accordance with their terms. In this line, we are currently actively working on obtaining APITO and IWCF accreditation. So another thing I wanted to mention is that in order to increase the prestige of technician professions and develop skills, our industrial training masters and teachers of the special disciplines participating in World Skills Championship. Moreover, we currently taking steps to embed world skills competencies into our training programs. Can you move next slide, please? In this slide, I just wanted to demonstrate the employment rate of our graduates. We constantly keep in touch with our graduates and try to provide our assistance in employment. But this year, the employment rate was lower in comparison with earlier periods. As you know, that COVID-19 affected everybody, and which is reduced number of open vacancies in labor market. Next slide, please. In the college, we have 3 cycle methodological committees involved in development of short-term training programs for business and educational centers. Clients are able either choose from the existing list of courses or request customized course. Being dependent and sit around the neck of the Ministry of Education from a financing perspective is good. However, you know, earning additional money by implementation of the commercial project is better for financial stability of the college and purchasing of new equipment and many other things. Next slide, please. Just quickly, we develop trainings for business, like rent and office, conference halls, workshops, so the employers can do the skill assessment of their new hires, also provide the living rooms, provide catering services for delegates coming for training. So we kind of try to arrange one-stop shop for all clients that needs training. Next slide, please. Okay. And we are planning to open an international competence center on the territory of the college, which will accommodate the training center for original manufacturers of high-tech equipment, such as Schneider Electric, Schlumberger, and many other companies, multinational company. That is, company can stay with us with their equipment, conduct their trainings for their clients and our students. So business demanding this kind of trainings from multinational equipment producers will not need to spend a lot of money by sending their employees to abroad. And
thank you, Janabek. I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut you there because we're already over time.
All right.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Very good insight into how you collaborate with industry to provide them training. Finally, our last speaker in this session is Mohammed in Tunisia. Mohammed, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, so over to you, Mohammed. Please, I would ask you to respect the time slot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The presentation, please. I'm Mohammed Batayeb, Deputy Director on the Ministry of Youth, Sports, Professional Integration, Department of Vocational Training and Employment. Next slide, please. Just an overview of the ministry. The ministry is leading training in the public structure under its agency, the ATFE, and is supervising the other public structures under the ministries of tourism, agriculture, and defense. It supervises also the private training sector, and the national system of vocational training covers all the economic fields. The national qualification framework includes 4 levels, and we have 93,000 trainees, of which 65,000 are pursuing recognized training. The next, please. Since 3 years, we were working with the ETF on the project of Entrepreneurial Training Center. And we mean by Entrepreneurial Training Center, a center that is dynamic and proactive, that takes initiative, that is innovating, risk-taking, and that keeps improving, as well as taking the most of opportunities. All this is for one reason, for one purpose, creating value for all. It may be for trainees, companies, society, trainers, staff, as well as for the center itself. In this context, we have developed a self-assessment tool that contains 8 dimensions and 4 axes: leadership and sustainability, stakeholders and ecosystem, trainers and staff, trainees and career guidance. And the tool was dealing with the capacity of the center to spot opportunities, to generate revenues, to involve stakeholders as well as trainees in the development of training and in the decision-making process. It uses innovative and active pedagogies as well as extracurricular training. It ensures the capacity building of both trainers and staff. It supports career guidance, and it encourages collaboration and networking. We have 3 levels of progression. The first is beginner, second intermediate, and third expert. We aim in 2021 to organize a ceremony to labelize the entrepreneurial training centers. And as we can see, there are a lot of similarities between the entrepreneurial training center and the Center of Vocational Excellence. There are also many points of convergence according to the 19 criteria identified of the codes. Next slide, please. We have 5 Center of Vocational Excellence. I choose today to speak about CFA Bizet, which is a training center located in Bizet City. It have an initial and continuous training in the fields of mechanics, textile, industrial maintenance, cooling, and air conditioning. It have 1,700 trainees in terms of apprenticeship and CAP and BTP. The center is leading a lot of initiatives, and I will speak today about 2 experiences that are not common in Tunisia. The first is certifying specialization training in maintenance and repair of automatic transmission. It's a project that was held in the framework of public-private partnership between the Tunisian Agency for Vocational Training, the Trade Union National Chamber of Automotive Mechanics and Electricity, as well as the international partner Swiss Contact. The project was designed to meet the labor market need in the regional as well in the national level. It consists on a complementary training of 208 hours. It targeted until today 104 post-diploma young people. We have 7 certified trainers, and we aim to certify professionals in 2021. What is particular with this project is that it's a fast training that meets the local and national labor market needs. It brings high technology to the center in terms of equipment and expertise. It uses a learning by doing pedagogical approach, and the main aspect is that the training, the assessment, and the certification are all made jointly between the professionals and the center. This project helps to improve the attractiveness of vocational training. Next, please. The second experience is the apprenticeship booklet of entrepreneurial skills. The apprenticeship booklet is a kind of document that contains registering sheets that allow employers to assess trainees during their time in company. In general, it assesses technical skills, but the novelty of this project is that it uses a balanced approach. It allows the assessment of both technical and entrepreneurial skills. This experience targeted 1,500 beneficiaries, and as a result, the dropout falls from 40 to 60%. The success rate increased from 70 to 89%. We have more satisfied companies and more conscious trainees about entrepreneurial skills and more motivated to develop them.
Thank you, Mohammed. I'm sorry we're out of time now.
Thank you
so much for your very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
I would now like to thank all our speakers, but before leaving this session, I just wanted to ask you, all of you have joined the ENE network. what do you expect to get from the network in moving forward? You can all, any of you can answer.
Actually, maybe I can participate. My expectation is firstly taking some best practices from my other colleagues. So it is very important for us. We have no time to invent anything, so we can learn from each other. So peer learning is the most important motivation for us.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to comment before we close this session? No.
I
Go
share
ahead,
this comment. I would say we also joined this session, I mean the ETF, to learn more as well as share our best practices with others in order to improve the vet system around the world. Thank you.
Well, thank you to all our speakers. It's been fantastic hearing about the great work you're doing in your countries and to share that with the participants in this event. So thank you very much again to Bige Susutu in Turkey, Artyom Rybak and Nadezhda Permyakova in Belarus, Janarbek Janambayevich in Kazakhstan, and Mohammed Betayev in Tunisia. Thank you all. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. And over to you, Daria.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Pirita, and thank you very much to our distinguished speakers. I am pleased to tell you that we have some time to answer to the questions that you've been sending, which are extremely relevant, and please keep on doing that. Mehmet on Facebook asked, will there be a new COVE call for 2021? And I see that Adriana from Slovenia on Zoom asked, is it already known when the new call for codes would be published? So maybe, Yorgos, would you like to answer to this question?
Thank you, Daria, and thank you to all the speakers. I think it's fantastic to see the enthusiasm of the speakers talking about their work. Huh? It's perhaps one of the features of the Center of Vocational Excellence, that it brings the best out of us. So I think it's useful to respond to some questions, so we can go ahead. Colleagues are asking about the next call. I would say that the call is continuous. Yeah, we started this process last February, and we addressed first the ministries of partner countries to nominate, to suggest, to endorse the idea of a network, and to tell us which are the centers of excellence that could become members of our network. They have done that, and I must stress that they have done that in conditions of lockdown all around the world. That's why we're so happy that today we have more than 90 centers of excellence that are members of our network. It shows, I think, an interest for this work. So if you want to apply, if you are a center of excellence or a cluster of centers of excellence, in some cases it's a university that works with centers of excellence, with vet schools. If you are an innovation center that is working in skills provision and does most of the things that a center of excellence does, then please contact us. You have the email, it will be put on the chat again by colleagues, so please write an email and we will respond to you. Now, what we will do is we will send you, first of all, our material. We will tell you what is our impression, our view for a center of excellence. We will ask you to take part in some of our exercises. We want to see commitment. This is crucial. For example, we ask all our members to respond to our self-assessment tool. You will hear later on today from Julian and Doriana the first findings of that self-assessment tool. It's important that we are all on board, because we will repeat that. There was a question for that. We will repeat that next year. The idea is that for the Centers of Excellence to see where they stand, and then to identify from a year, 1 year from now, the progress that has been achieved in the areas that we ask. So this is the way forward. There is no specific call. Just contact us on the email, and we will get back to you with all the necessary information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yorgos. So please, all of you, if you're interested, you have the email in the chats, and do not hesitate to write us. This is a big community and it can be even bigger. Since we still have 4 more minutes, I'd like to take the time to answer to another question, which is actually about Erasmus+, and João Santos just gave his availability to reply. There were 2 questions, actually, one from Daniela from Serbia, which EU funds are available for vet schools apart from Erasmus+, and another question from Anna, which was for Michelle. When you speak about partner countries, do they also refer to those countries beyond the EU's neighbors? If not, will the EU finance similar COPES programs in that region? Dear João, over to you. 3 minutes, so I keep the time.
Good, thank you, Daria. I see that I cannot put my video on, but it's blocked, but no problem. I'll try to answer. So I saw there was a lot of interest. Oh, okay, fine. I saw there was a lot of interest on this funding element. I'll try to very briefly touch upon it. So first of all, the next Erasmus program has a lot of novelties. We expect it to be in place January, February next year, but it has a lot of novelties. The novelties include not only learner mobility. For the first time, just like in higher education, it will be possible to exchange learners in vocational education and training beyond the EU countries and beyond the Erasmus program countries. It will be possible to exchange students with Australia, with South Africa, with Brazil, which is an important novelty. But beyond this, we will also be able to have to continue what we already started this year on the centers of vocational excellence. In fact, this year, and Michelle, my colleague Michelle mentioned it, we had around 25 countries from outside the Erasmus program countries joining forces in these applications for centers of vocational excellence, which is funded by the EU. This year, the partners from outside Europe could participate in the project, but could not be financed. We are trying to, I see someone is making a comment on my tweet, thank you. No, but just to tell you that we are trying to explore also with other DGs, with DG NEAR and DG DevCo, how we could financially also support the development of COVES outside the European Union. It's something we're working on, but what I can tell you is that the call for centers of vocational excellence will become, the Erasmus call, I mean, will become a regular facility under the Erasmus program. Every year, in the next 7 years, there will be a call. Partners from outside Europe are welcome, in fact, encouraged to participate in these applications. Just like this year, we had around 400 organizations from all over the world participating with European vet providers and companies in the calls. We encourage this. We want more of this to happen, and it will be open for the next 7 years. And it's not only the neighborhood countries, from Africa, from Asia, from anywhere, can participate to the extent that they bring an added value to the projects. Funding for these countries outside the Erasmus program countries is not yet ensured, but we are working on it. I don't promise anything. I just tell you that, especially for developing countries, we are seeing what would be possible, working also with our colleagues from DG DevCo and DG NEAR. You know that Europe is the biggest supporter of development aid for reforms in VET all over the world. And we think it's a very important value we are giving also to globalization and to help developing countries equip their people with the skills that are needed for them to contribute to the development of their country. So we are working on that. Very quickly, just to Adrian and some other people that ask, what are the EU funds supporting this? I've already replied in the chat, but there are many. Beyond Erasmus+, we've made sure, and we've worked with our colleagues in the Commission, that the next programming period, so for the next 7 years, funding from the European Social Fund will be available. Funding from the Reform and Resilience Facility. We're talking about billions and billions of euros. It all depends on you convincing the member states of using the support for centers of vocational excellence, which is there. If you look at it, and I put it on the chat, 2 links, one providing guidance for the member states on how to give an example of how to benefit from all these billions that are available. It's up to you to also convince your member states to ask for this money, which is available there. So I hope I answered to the questions, Daria.
Thank you very much. Thanks a million, João. I can no longer hear you.
I'm here if you need anything else, any follow-up. If anyone has any follow-up questions, happy to help.
Thank you so much, Joao, also for staying with us for the whole morning. Thank you for keeping on submitting questions and comments. Everything will be taken into account. So now, before we go to the coffee break, I kindly ask you, but all of you, we're still 160, so it's a big numbers here, to click on the link that was shared by my colleagues. Please resend it again because the chat is very active on Mentimeter. Please click on it. And now, after all this conversation, just let us know, do you believe in this network? Please upload the slide. The numbers are growing. I see 12 people have been voting, 13, 15. Wow, we're still on a yes, absolutely, 20. So there is one skeptical one. And it would be very, very relevant to know all your feedback. And later I will be sharing a link to the feedback form. So keep on letting us know. It's amazing. So now I wish you a lovely coffee break, tea time, water, whatever. Go for a short walk. We see each other's back at 11:45 sharp. In the meantime, while you drink, you can also have a look at the beautiful videos that we're about to share. See you later. Thank you.
My name is Sampo Suihka. I'm a General Director in Omnia. Omnia is part of the Espoo Consortium. Omnia Education Group consists of 4 different organizations, but all in one consortium. The biggest one is Omnia Joint Authority of Education in the Espoo region. Then we have 3 companies, out of which Omnia Education Partnership takes care of our international affairs. Our strategy is based on sustainability. We are dreaming to take care of the areas employment, migration, well-being and innovation. Altogether, we have almost 35,000 students and the number of staff is about 1,000 people. So we can offer studies for vocational qualifications. We can give graduates from general upper secondary education. Get inspired and learn at liberal adult education course. Find your future at youth professional workshops. Learn in basic education for adults. Omnia has developed one of the leading vocational education trainers in Finland. Omnia is UNEVEC Center of Excellence, ETF Center of Vocational Excellence, United Nations School, active XARSA member, leading in three trainings in European Union. Our learners have the most important task in the world, to make their dreams come true. That's what Omnia is for.
My name is Mervi Jansson. I'm the CEO of OEP, Omnia Education Partnerships. We are the international consultancy and training arm of 4 Finnish organizations with a student body of over 30,000 annually. Over 50% of these students are professionals studying in upskilling and reskilling programs. Our parent organizations have partnership agreements with over 3,000 companies, so corporate training is one of our strengths. Our international training and diploma programs focus on leadership and management, innovation, digital skills, entrepreneurship, and implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We work in partnership with leading organizations from Finland and our target markets. Our goal is to maximize the impact of the training. We use state-of-the-art digital solutions. Our experts are internationally experienced professionals who apply Finnish training standards and methodology. The assessment is based on competence and requires combining theory and practice. All of our diplomas are accredited by the Finnish National Agency for Education and valid in most OECD countries.
Колледж современных технологий в машиностроении и автосервисе. Здесь ты найдешь 8 специальностей после 9 и 11 классов. Тебя не пугают слова «логистика», «стратегия», «закупки» и «хранение»? Думаешь, это склад? Нет, это склад. Здесь ты сможешь научиться программированию элементов мехатронной системы и заставить роботов подчиняться тебе. А может, твое призвание продлевать жизнь технологическому оборудованию? Ну а если тебе нужно что-то потяжелее, и металл для тебя это не пустой звук, значит ты сможешь с этим справиться. Ты сам токарь своего счастья, а мы поможем воплотить твои самые смелые желания. Любишь всех заводить? Вот что значит заводить. Нравится собирать готовые конструкции из самых мелких деталей? Значит, ты сможешь собрать и это. Ну а если у тебя есть большие амбиции, талант и крутые идеи, с нами ты сможешь выйти на международный уровень. Ну а после занятий в нашем колледже ты сможешь сдать на права и научиться водить, как Шумахер. Или побить мировой рекорд по плаванию. Забросить свой лучший трехочковый. Прокачать не только мозг, но и тело. А также найти свой голос. Ну признайся, ты уже захотел в колледж современных технологий в машиностроении и автосервисе? Настал твой час X. Пришло время поступать правильно.
again, and welcome back to the ENE network conference, which is launching this network for the Centers of Vocational Excellence. In the last sessions, we've moved from the EU level, then we traveled through the countries around Europe, the neighboring countries, and now we're talking about global alliances. So please let me officially introduce session 5. Building global alliances and making partnership happen. So you already heard that excellence needs partnership to thrive, and ENE network aims to do that. So our next session brings forward 3 different examples of partnerships under the ENE network. The discussion will be done in couples, and every couple will present 1 partnership and some preliminary results. I leave the floor to the chair of this session, my colleague, Giorgio Sisimos. Over to you, Giorgio.
Thank you, Daria. Thank you. So we have now the next session. We are going to show our partnerships. This is very important. We wanted to kick off the work of ENE with some partnerships in place. We have 3 ongoing now, and we're hoping that next year we will have even more to include all members of the network in these partnerships. So without any further comments, I will just say that we have 3 couples. So we have in the first couple, Ilse Brande from the Vocational Education Association in Latvia, together with our colleague Stefan Thomas. In the second couple, we have Mervi Jansson from the Omnia Education Partnerships, together from Finland, together with Floriana Folisi, our colleague in ETF. And in the third couple, we have Giovanni Crisona from Skillman Network, together with our colleague in ETF, Filippo Del Nino. Now, the way we will do that is to give the floor now first to the first couple. They have 3 minutes each. We are very tight on time, I know, so please stick to those 3 minutes. I will start with Ilse. Ilse, the first question is for you. Please talk to us about your association in Latvia, and also tell us a bit more about the importance of this partnership and the study done. Ilse, the floor is yours, 3 minutes.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I am from Latvia, Ilse Brante, and I'm from Vocational Education Association. In our association is connected 31 schools, and our aim is bring together vocational education schools and speak about the big question to develop quality of education, make vocational education modern and innovative. For example, it is meeting you can see in pictures in this year in February in our parliament. We organized meeting together with Ministries of Education and Science and Ministry of Economic and Social Partner and speak about the development vocational education together and work-based learning in the same situation. The next slide, please. In our Vocational Education Association, in this moment, we have 31 schools from Ministry of Education and Science, a school from Ministry of Agriculture, and schools from municipalities. And next slide, please. Our association promote all kinds of events around the education institutions. We develop and think about the new qualification. We develop new teaching programs together with our professional association and partner from labor markets. We participate in development of laws and regulation, and we coordinate methodological work, and we take part in Erasmus Plus projects, and we are the member of Europe Association Europea International that bring together schools in Europe that develop teaching programs in green education. It is forestry and agriculture schools. And we are very happy to be in this partnership with Europe Training Foundation and how to possibility learn now this ENE network. For my side, in this moment, I end. Please, Thomas. Stefan.
Thank you, Ilse. Thank you, Ilse. Just one word before we go to Thomas, just to say that this is on work-based learning, so this partnership. So Stefan, the question for you is why work-based learning, and what are the next steps in this project? The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Ilse. First of all, we're happy, very much happy to work with you, with your association, and we know you're very well connected also to the other Baltic countries. And I think we appreciate very much to benefit from all of your experience. Thank you also, Georgos. Yeah, why are we working on work-based learning? First of all, and Manuela Galvin, she mentioned this morning in her speech. Work-based learning, apprenticeship, it remains high on the European agenda. The key documents, the Council recommendation, but also the new declaration, the Osnabrück Declaration, underlined this. And I would say rightly so, as many of our partner countries, for instance, in the Western Balkans, but also in Eastern Europe, but also in other regions, have made enormous efforts to reform the work-based learning systems. But we are not at the end of the road yet. We still have a bit to go. It is about system change. It is about system reform. It's not about quick fixes in the system. Why do we work with schools? I mean, of course, work-based learning takes place in companies. We all know that. We work with schools because there are many ways for schools to support this. Schools can get employers on board. They can help with the matching of students with employers. They can give pedagogical support to in-company trainers. They can support the assessment of work-based learning together with employers. There are many, many opportunities for schools to do that. And the involvement and commitment becomes particularly important when other institutions like chambers, like sector organizations, business associations are not there yet or not strong enough yet. And we see that in many of our partner countries. They're willing, but the, let's say, the capacities are not there yet in many cases. In some cases, schools have also a better outreach to companies, for example, in remote regions of countries, and that can also help. So just to come back to our initiative, it is one of several initiatives of the network. We will hear about other ones. We will focus on the question of how centers of vocational excellence can support work-based learning. This includes the partnership with COVs in the Baltic countries, and it offers an opportunity in the first phase for vocational schools in 6 ETF partner countries to find out where they stand. We will do a baseline study together with our Latvian partners and how they progress over time. Next slide, please. My colleague Julian highlighted this very much. We're very much interested in the dissemination of excellence, in the transmission. This gives you one example. The circles, you could see them as the ones that are on the bicycles. We are not only looking at the COVs that are part of our network directly, but also how those centers of vocational excellence will also cooperate, coordinate, work in their national context. One example, for example, you have a leading tourism school in a country like Albania, for example, and we were interested how this school, how this center of vocational excellence supports smaller schools that also offer tourism programs. That's just one example. There are other and many ways for collaboration and coordination. Next slide, please. I want to come back to what Ilse said. Why do we have a partnership with the Baltic countries? They have a lot of recent experience in system reform. They introduced more and high quality work-based learning over the past years. Definitely, the Riga Declaration was a driver for that. Their RED systems are based on strategic partnerships between public authorities and social partners, business associations. They have strong institutions with excellent practice in school business cooperation. I visited the school, for example, in Ogre in Latvia. The school Ilse is the principal of. And what is also impressive, they have a lot of transnational cooperation, for example, with other Baltic countries, with Estonia, Lithuania. They established the Baltic Alliance for Apprenticeship, very impressive, and they joined forces in 2 consecutive Erasmus Plus programs. So this is all counting. This is impressive work, and of course, we hope to benefit from this work our Latvian partners have done.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you. Impressive work indeed, and as I wrote already in the chat, we will be feeding back to the community of ENE the findings of these partnerships. There will be in-depth findings from each partnership, and you will hear from us in the coming future. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Ilse.
Welcome.
I'm introducing now the next couple, which is Floriana and Mervi. This is the partnership about autonomy of centers of vocational excellence, and I go directly to Floriana to ask the question, why autonomy? Why is it important? Why having a partnership about it? Floriana, the floor is yours. Then you can pass it directly to Mervi. So the two of you have 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorgos, and good morning, everybody. Well, first of all, let me clarify that autonomy of a VET provider is about its self-governance in terms of independent and accountable decision-making in educational, in financial, in organizational, in staff-related issues. Although increased autonomy can have a positive impact on learning outcomes, it still puts more pressure on schools. And this is why, for a successful autonomy, it is important to put in the key ingredients, such as a strong national framework, a clear strategic vision, a well-adapted school-set and teacher training programs, and a collaborative environment. Next slide, please. Therefore, why autonomy? Well, autonomy plays an important role in the development and success of Centers of Excellence in all countries. In fact, the degree of autonomy have established the boundaries and forms of public-private partnership. A high level of flexibility in shaping relationship gives the centers the ability to choose the most suitable forms of cooperation for partnership in each sector and region. Sufficient autonomy and relevant data on local industry needs are building blocks for public-private partnership. And in PPP, in VET, we can see many forms of partnership. For example, there can be supports in terms of work-based learning contract, in terms of joint premises or equipment, in supplying companies with innovative projects, digital capacity building. The key is continuity. Long-term cooperation where all partners acknowledge the benefits and develop an element of trust tends to boost both private and public partners sectors towards excellence. Next slide, please. So in ETF, in our specific sub-initiative, we aim at analyzing what and how Centers of Excellence are implementing their autonomous role and how to link autonomy to public-private partnerships. This is done by looking at a number of centers in selected countries. Then, of course, the level of implications for VET centers varies greatly from a country to another. In this study, we have selected 8 countries in total. You can read them in the slide. 6 of them are from ETF partner countries and 2 are from EU member states. The next slide, please. And so for the time being in this partnership and sub-initiative, we are aiming at reaching 2 main results. The first is a baseline study on selected centers, exploring the main future and institutional settings and providing a comparative assessment based on Center of Excellence on autonomy. The second is a policy briefing on autonomy of centers and the link to public-private partnership, identifying and proposing policy recommendation to support Center of Excellence impact. Now, to get a bit more of the insight of this sub-initiative, I would like to pass the floor to our partner in Finland, Omnia. So Mervi, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Floriana. And it's been a real pleasure to work with ETF on this initiative. Basically, we have to thank, of course, all the centers who've been very gracious to answer our questions. So the interview online. So to date, we have 26 respondents in total, 20 practitioners, 6 of them, then 6 policymakers as well. And it's been really interesting to go through basically the answers to the survey and look at the interview because, again, some distinguishing differences are arising from this. Next slide, please. So what we've looked at here is really 3 different layers. We've looked at a sort of general layer of autonomy, and that has to do often with things like legislation. And surprisingly enough, only one country, basically based on this survey, has specific legislation on centers of vocational excellence. And then we, of course, looked at the resource layer because resources in terms of how you can operate and operationalize things are fairly important. So there's the financial aspect, learning environments, quality control, social partner inputs, etc., which are extremely important in terms of exploring how autonomy and PPPs work together in terms of having an impact and developing skills. We looked at the pedagogical layer as well. So there is, of course, the curriculum development and decisions on curricula, also decisions on how training is actually provided. And of course, now with COVID-19, there has been the added layer and pressure for demanding of more flexibility than ever. So we did have a couple of questions on that as well. But of course, this will all be then in the outputs. And next slide, please. So if we look at what is there and what is to come, we will have 3 blog postings. One is actually already available on Open Space, so please do go and read and comment on it. We'd love to hear from you. And the baseline study will be out in January, and then of course the policy briefing as well in February 2021. But we can already tell from the results that we've been able to analyze to date that a high number of cooperation with companies is seen as a specific, let's say, excellence, form of excellence of the centers that have participated in the study. But apart from the PPPs, also things like pedagogy and professional development and lifelong learning within VET have been mentioned. So we definitely look forward to publishing the results and hearing more from you on how you see the results and reflect basically in your country. I mean, we could only include so few countries in this, and we would definitely like to hear and expand it to more. So it will be very interesting to follow up in a dialogue with everybody. We look forward to doing that as a part of the ENE network. Thank you, and back to Georgios.
Thank you, Mervi. Thank you, Floriana. Just to stress what you said in your last slide, that there are still important products from these partnerships that they are coming up. The baseline study, which will look into where they stand, the partners in terms of autonomy and public-private partnerships in the centers of excellence, and of course the policy brief. So please follow these discussions on our open space and also on our website. But not only you, the centers of excellence. I think these are important documents, unique, I would say, also for the policymakers. They need to look at those. They are the ones that often need to take decisions regarding autonomy of centers of excellence. So please share these documents with also policy policy authorities in your countries. Now the next couple, it's about an institutional partnership we have with Skillman. So our friend Giovanni Crisona will take the floor together with our colleague expert Filippo Del Nino. He's following this partnership. And Giovanni, the floor is yours. You need to tell us a bit about why this partnership between ETF and Skillman. I think it's better if they hear it from you rather than us. Why is it important? And then about your initiative in Skillman. What is the Global Coves initiative? And what are your plans? You have a big event coming up on the 10th of December. So you have 3 minutes to tell us about that, and then I will ask you to pass the floor to Filippo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I start my timers to be sure to stay in the 3 minutes. Yes, we have. Thank you very much to ETF to give us this opportunity to share our experience. And even more, thank you to involve us in this partnership. The centers of vocational excellence that we promote within our network as a part of our initiatives, and for us is a source, this collaboration. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yes, we represent, our network is diffused now, I think, largely diffused in 300 regions. And the regional dimension is the one that we look more. And coming back to what was discussed this morning, I would say that in our drive, there is the research of, we look for the excellence, looking to strong partnership, and we are enlarging our network. We cover around 88 countries and more than 600 members. We have a strategic thinking to involve not only vet providers, but we have industry representatives, industry leaders. We have Fiat, FCA, we have other companies that help to fund the network and then support now support the network. We have small, medium enterprises. We have, of course, centers of vocational excellence. We have chamber of commerces. We have innovation centers and for research. The integration that we make among all these is a challenge. Can we go to the next slide, please? So we have in parallel several activities, and we think that to improve this partnership is necessary to involve our members, and we have 4 groups that actively work on this field and that are called peer learning clubs, and we have a continuous engagement of them. Then we have various results, like for example, now we will present in the conference that you have announced, Giorgio, the 10th and 11th, the Skillman International Forum, the 10th and 11th of December, we will have the launch of the 4 peer learning clubs results in terms of the policy papers that present our vision on the excellence on TVET. And we can go to the next slide. Another important initiative that is the core of our interaction for the Global COVES initiative, the Centers of Vocational Excellence that we promote, is a systemic approach to excellence. And the system we implement is here represented, and means that we work on the 25 variables of excellence, and we use this tool that we have developed to make possible a comparison and benchmarking approach to the excellence among our centers. I think I have finished, but if we want to go to the next slide, please. Yes, we will hold this international forum that is at the 6th edition, the 10th and 11th of December. So all the participants are invited to join us and to then subscribe when you will receive the invitation, the ethical campaign that is a strong component of the Skillman approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you. That was your time we were hearing, not ours. It was your alarm.
It was mine. 3 minutes was ended.
Thank you for keeping the time. Filippo, the floor is yours. What do we make out of this partnership, and what are the next plans? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, please next slide. So we have identified the 3 main added values of this partnership. The first one, of course, is the strength and complementarity of the 2 networks. Between the 2 networks, we have over 700 different centers of excellence covering almost all continents. So it is really a big opportunity for the individual center of excellence for partnering and establishing cooperation with the different centers of excellence. Then we have a very strong expertise between ETF and previous slide, please, between ETF and Skillman, and also deep knowledge of what are the success factors and challenges of establishing a center of excellence and creating a successful partnership. The third aspect is the issues of best practices. We have so many different centers of excellence who have pioneered experiences and processes in different countries that it's easy for us to identify the cases of best practice that we can present. We have identified 3 areas of cooperation. One is work-based learning, the second is teacher training, and the third one is the digitalization in education. For each of these areas, we will have, for each of these areas, we will have
for webinars, and that we will have one big publication on digitalization in education at the end of 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Filippo. Thank you, Giovanni. Again, for all the partnerships, either the two which are with 2 leading organizations, Omnia and the Latvian Association of Vet Providers, or with a vet providers platform like Skillman, for all those, there will be a continuous feedback to all of our members about the findings, and these are quite important. In the last partnership with Skillman, we had, as you have seen, a number of webinars as well. So you will be informed about those on due time. Now, we have 2 minutes. 2 minutes according to my watch. A very quick question to all of you. What are the main ingredients to make a partnership? I will ask the 3 guests. So I will focus this question to Mervi, to Giovanni, and to Ilse. So what are the main ingredients to make a partnership? What do you need? What do we need to have in place? Ilse, the floor is yours. You have less than a minute for a very quick reaction.
It is the we have very good information for situation in other countries, and these online meetings with vocational education institution in these 6 countries, this information it is very good for development of work-based learning in our countries, and together we will make consultation and develop methodological materials for development work-based learning in our countries. In Latvia, in our 6 countries that are invited in our project.
Thank you. Thank you. So I keep what you said about information and knowledge. This is crucial for a partnership, but also the development of tools and materials. Mervi, what do you make out of it? What are the key ingredients for a partnership from your side?
Well, basically, when we've been looking at public-private partnerships, it's really about establishing a strong partnership that can be a win-win one. So basically, both sides need to get something tangible, and it has to be long-term for it to be really successful, because development takes time, and we're talking about human interaction here. So definitely one very important ingredient as well is trust. And again, you can only build a win-win trustful partnership if you work together, and it sort of fine-tunes itself over time. But in the study, we actually saw very many different types of partnerships. So they can be for work-based learning, it can be joint facilities or infrastructure, it can be innovation and development. So, I mean, you name it, it's there. And the centers of vocational excellence need to explore and push the boundaries of partnerships. So I would say that, let's say, a continuous cycle of development, so that you're pushing further and you're looking and exploring for new things as a part of the partnership, makes it interesting on both sides. Thanks.
Thank you, Mervi. Thank you. Really interesting what you're saying about the ingredients. Giovanni, you have 1 minute, maybe less, for your quick comments, and then we move to the next section. Thank you.
Mic on, Giovanni.
sorry. As you mentioned, Georgios, the ingredients, it takes to me to remind the key takeaways that I would like to give to our conference. And I think that in our concept of partnership is like to go to eat together, to have dinner together. And the main course that the Skillman propose in this restaurant is the excellence for all that was also mentioned by other speakers. And so the inclusion and the fact that we look to embed the ethics into the curricula design. So this is the base for a strong partnership to agree on basic principles and idea for the future of education. Then the integration and the integration of activities is how we realize this strong partnership, including not only TVET and TVET, but TVET and other players that can help.
Thank you, Giovanni. I think it was a very fulfilling sort of a session. Thank you for all the speakers. I pass the floor to Daria with a delay of 2 minutes. Apologies for that, but I thought it was interesting. Daria, the floor back to you.
Dear all, I hope you won't have nightmares tonight when you think about the bell that I am playing all over this conference. I know it can be a bit stressful to stick to the time, but I think that, and we all think, and I'm sure we all agree that the added value is that we can give a voice to as many people as possible around this virtual table, both the speakers and the participants. We still have 45 minutes to go. We're still 139 connected on Zoom, on Facebook, and on YouTube. Well done to all of you. Please keep on posting questions and comments. Use the hashtags ENE Network and VET Excellence. And I now officially announce the beginning of session 6. So section 6 is about self-assessing, and making progress. So now the time has come to present both to the members of the network and to all of you who are participating in this thought-provoking conversation, the preliminary findings of the ENE self-assessment tool. We have with us the two key experts behind this work, Julian, who will explain the logic of the tool, and Doriana, who will present the preliminary results. So I welcome the speakers of this session, Julian Stanley and Doriana Monteleone. Welcome. And thank you. I leave you the floor to help out with timekeeping. I will ring my tiny bell once after 10 minutes, twice after 20, and 3 times when we will reach 30 minutes, and we will move next. Over to you, Julian.
Thank you very much, Daria. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us to hear about this. I want to say a few words about the concept of the tool, and then I'll pass over to my colleague Doriana to talk about what we've already learned. I'd like to say, first of all, a big thank you to all of the centres who've participated in the self-assessment. I think it's already a good example of how, through a network, through everyone sharing what they know and what's going on, we can build a kind of collective knowledge which can help all of us. And I think that's a good example of how the network can be of value to everyone. I want to emphasize that the self-assessment tool very much places the emphasis upon development. We're interested in how the notion of and the concept of excellence can help development rather than in the labeling of excellence. Can we go to the next slide, please? So just to make explicit a couple of the benefits for the centres themselves, the tool is intended to help them to reflect and to self-assess to establish their own baseline for the further development of excellence, and to help them to establish priorities and to set their goals, taking into account where they are, their context, and what their aims are. Next slide, please. But at the same time, there are benefits for the whole network. So there are benefits for the members of the network, but there are benefits for the network as a whole. That means all the participants in the network. So the self-assessment tool can help us in the network to identify what the needs are and to help to plan cooperation and support services. It can help to analyze the needs and the progress by dimension, by sector, by country, or by maturity. In other words, whether you're going from an intermediate level to a top level or from an introductory level to an intermediate level. We hope it will help us also to evaluate the impact of interventions, and we hope also that it will help to develop our collective knowledge about the dimensions of excellence and the kind of components of those dimensions, because there's a lot of talk about excellence, but very often we don't make explicit what's really going on there. And I think it is important for us to reflect upon that, to try and be explicit. Otherwise, it becomes a buzzword, something which is desirable, but which we can't really understand exactly what it is. We hope to review the framework to try and understand, is it adequate? We expect to modify it. We regard it as something provisional, which will be elaborated over time. And we hope to test its relevance by trying to make it useful, because it's really a framework which serves development, and its usefulness is how far it's useful to help development. To sum up then, really, it's a question of trying to balance this notion of, collaboration is a value, it's a key way of transmitting and developing excellence, but you can't collaborate with everyone on everything all of the time. It's just too exhausting. You have to make the right decision about the degree of collaboration and the partners. So we're hoping that this tool will help members to make prudent and sensible decisions about where it's best for them to collaborate. Next slide, please. So just a few words about the development and implementation of the tool. We've been spending some time trying to identify needs and planning how we'd roll it out. We've researched the existing tools, we've done some translations, and we've tested the questionnaire in partner countries, but also in European member states to try and find out how it could be improved. And currently the self-assessment tool is being rolled out, and we plan to close the first phase of the survey in a bit later in December. Next slide, please. I think we've already said that there are 7 dimensions. These are the same dimensions as we're focusing on throughout the work of ENE. And within each dimension, there are 3 development levels: foundational, development, and developing and mature. So there's a progression, dimension by dimension. But there's also an additional dimension, which is about leadership and collaboration. Because as we've emphasized, we see the capacity to collaborate with other centers and to give leadership to them as a key element of what we particularly value in centers of vocational excellence, namely their capacity to lead and transmit excellence across the system. Next slide. Okay, so I'm handing over now to Doriana, who's going to talk about some early provisional results from the survey. Doriana, over to you.
Thank you, Julian. Good morning, everybody. I want also to thank all the participants to the online service that gave us the possibility to draw these preliminary findings. Next slide, please. In the following slide, we will show the first results of the self-assessment survey launched in October and implemented in English and Russian in 11 ETF partner countries. The survey will be closed in mid-December, and so far we have received 70 completed questionnaires, half in Russian and half in English, with a response rate of 78%. Next slide, please. The school self-assessed across the 7 dimensions, and they considered dimension number 2, education business collaboration, as the most relevant to set baselines for excellence development. Next slide. For some of the schools, the authority of a governing body to appoint or dismiss a principal, the possibility to operate a joint budget with other schools, and the authority to take out loans are considered less relevant to reflect on development priorities. Next, please. We asked the schools if they belong to a formal cluster of COVs, and 26 of them responded they do. The activities that characterize the relationship within the clusters refer to the organization of mobility support for students, the joint use of infrastructure facilities, the possibility to experience best practice and to exchange educational models, but also the opportunity to implement innovation in VET. Next, please. The school self-assessed their overall level of development as foundational, developing, or mature. And according to these preliminary results, the majority of them are self-assessed as mature in almost all dimensions, except for dimension number 7, supporting sustainable goals, in which half of the schools are at a developing level. Next slide, please. Okay, digging in the provided answer, we identified the indicators scored relatively high by respondents. And we see that teachers' professional work experience, their ability to use digital learning environments, and the capacity of the school to provide programs for matching employment needs that support graduates' employment in field related to their field of study are really important for school development. Next, please. Okay, a set of questions within the questionnaires refer to the leadership role of the schools. And the schools, we see that the schools scored relatively high in dimension number 3, pedagogy and professional development, followed by dimension number 4, skills for smart specialization. The participation in national and international network, development of partnership with employers, agency and association, and the digital collaboration characterize the leading role of the schools. Next slide. Okay, here we analyzed the correlation between the 21 pairs of dimension. And we found that for some of them, there is a strong correlation, which means that high scores in one dimension correspond to high scores in the other, and vice versa. While for others, we have there is no a clear correlation. Generally speaking, we can say that for some dimensions develop in parallel, while others are more independent. Next slide, please. The schools provided also information about their plans, and among the actions they didn't implement yet, the benchmarking of digital competence, the delivery of adult programs, and the development of skills in green technologies are those actions to be implemented in the coming years. Next, please. Longer-term actions include the implementation of a green strategy, a strategy for green transformation, and the provision of programs for green skills. But in the same time perspective, the schools intend to improve also their leading role, focusing on adult education and developing partnership with employers and research center about new digital technology. Next. That's all for what concerns our preliminary finding. The floor is now back to Julian. Thank you.
Doriana, thank you very much indeed. Personally, I'm very excited to see some of these emerging findings. I mean, I'd like to emphasize that it's all provisional. We haven't even finished the survey. So when we get more responses, we're going to have to repeat the analysis, and we plan to do further analysis. But I think it's interesting to to begin to see, what will be the focus of our network in the next 2 years and beyond. I mean, we can begin to see that which people are planning to do. So we not only have an idea of what they're doing already, where excellence exists, but where excellence is growing. And I think that's interesting. I think it would benefit you to have a look across to see what one another is doing and to try and understand, is that relevant to you, or perhaps there's a different focus. So I think it's interesting. I think also we need to be aware of this relative area of weakness, this in the area of sustainability and green digital skills. I mean, that seems to be a bit of a deficit, and therefore that's something which perhaps collectively we'll need to think about addressing. I think I've skipped. Would it be possible for me to go back a slide? I think I've been skipped on. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. So just to briefly sum up what happens next, we would really beg all of the network members to participate. I know that you're busy. I know that you've got a lot on, but I would really welcome participation in the survey. So as many as possible have participated. We have a French language version that we haven't succeeded in piloting yet. So if anyone is interested in piloting the French language version, we really welcome that. So we've got that ready to roll out more widely. Please let us know in the chat. We plan to use these results to inform our planning, to develop activities, and to shape the services we're providing. And we're going to prepare a systemic report. Doriana's already given some indications, but we're going to look at it and do a more thorough analysis so that we can describe the current state of development, what people are trying to do, the relative strengths and weaknesses, and to some extent also the needs. Next slide, please. Into the medium term, we plan to repeat the self-assessment, which will permit the centres individually, but the network collectively, to assess progress, because there will then be 2 points and we'll be able to understand the progress we've made from one point to another. We want to introduce a new dimension to address inclusion and equity, and we're interested in consulting about that for people who've got ideas to share about that, formulating that. Next slide, please. And then sort of beyond that, things which we haven't decided yet, and we're interested in hearing what you think about this. We see one way forward as to broker partnerships between those centres which share similar goals. Clearly, there needs to be an appropriate mechanism and a safe mechanism with trust, but we see it as an opportunity here, so that if centres have got similar short-term or medium-term goals, that they might be interested, they might be invited to become developmental buddies, so that they could work together, they could share some of their objectives, they could share some of their practices, they could compare the relative success of those goals. So in a minute, I'm going to be asking you if you think that's something which would interest you. A second idea is that there might be the possibility of supplying coaching or action planning in relation to selected developmental goals. So where a centre has identified a particular goal, it might request some kind of coaching, it might request some kind of support in order to try and bring that forward. Obviously, it would be a voluntary thing, it would depend upon our capability, but we'd be interested to know if there's an appetite for that. And thirdly, we think another area may be to develop more detailed frameworks of excellence in relation to particular dimensions. So the self-assessment framework at the moment is quite simple, it's quite comprehensive, but we think perhaps in some of the more challenging dimensions, then a more elaborated and more detailed description of what the elements of excellence consist of may be of value. And that there exist already some models, so it may be a question of taking account of those and making those better known. So thank you very much indeed. I've got a couple of questions now, which I think can be launched in Mentimeter. Daria, are you going to do that for me?
Yeah, our chat moderators are amazingly doing that. And
magic. So I really ask you to, if the link to Mentimeter has appeared in chat, to click on that, because we've got a few questions here which to some extent really are just trying to assess what you want, so we can better respond to that. Excellent, thank you very much indeed. So the first question really just to find out whether or not you've participated. So please will you participate in that? I can see the numbers growing, so please let us know. But we're also interested in hearing in whether perhaps you've got plans to participate, you know, or whether if you can't now, you'd like to in the future. So please, can you signal on that? The numbers are growing. So I can see there's a number of people who haven't been able to, but they'd like to do so in the future. Oh, thank you very much. I mean, I don't think that everyone who has participated has signaled, but we seem to have moved on to the next question. So you'll have to be a bit quicker this time if you want to be able. So this is a really useful question for us. Can I ask, please, my colleagues to leave it up for a little bit, because this is a. Okay, so I think we've skipped back to the first question. No, we're on to the third question here. Okay, so all of the three questions seem to be running simultaneously. So please do respond if you can, because this gives us a bit of an understanding of where you would like support, what would be of most value to you. And I can see that the notion of debriefing sessions seems to be of interest, as also a twinning relationship with another cove, as also support for action planning and coaching. So at the minute, all of those three kinds of support seem interesting to people. I mean, I have to say that it's not something perhaps that we would be able to provide, you know, for every centre. So there would be some kind of system whereby people would be invited to signal their need, and we would see whether we could match people up, whether we could find appropriate support. But I welcome that. I welcome these indications, because it really helps us to decide what it's worthwhile for the network as a whole to develop. Thank you very much indeed. Now, perhaps while that's going on, there are some other questions, either to Doriana or to myself. If there are questions, I'd really appreciate it if you put them into the chat, because then they will find their way back to us. So let's have a look and see if there are any questions which are coming back to us. Well, I don't see any questions at the moment, but perhaps there are questions emerging. Daria, can you see any questions?
I think that everyone is still busy with filling the Mentimeter question, Julian.
I expect everyone to do three questions
exactly.
And ask questions at the same time. I mean, come on, everyone. I mean, wake up.
It's a difficult task for everyone. So for the time being, I can't see any question which is specifically linked to this, but I think that there is one. Just let me scroll through the list of questions which I found earlier on. Just give me a second. There was a question at the very beginning, which may be relevant to your presentation, Julian and Doriana, since we have 5 more minutes for this, from David Ciscaridze. He sent it on Facebook, and he asked, what are the main findings and challenges for deliver vet excellence? And maybe this is very deeply linked with assessing how a center performs today, and check how it evolves in the future. Maybe you could take that one, Julian. And then there is another one, sorry, from Giovanni. What's for the future? Is it expected to extend the 7 dimensions? Over to you, Julian. 5 minutes.
Well, I think the self-assessment is important. I mean, I think it's really important for centres to engage in identifying their strengths and identifying their weaknesses, and doing that in a fairly detailed way. I think it's important that they do it in a collective way. I think what is a little bit difficult about these things is kind of easier to do with a relatively small participation. And if you just get 3 or 4 people in your centre to sit down and do the self-assessment, you can do it quickly. It doesn't take you too long. But that's not so useful. I mean, what's more useful is if you really engage with your teachers, your trainers, your students, your stakeholders, your administrators, the community. Because in that way, you have a collective understanding of where your excellence is, where the needs are, where perhaps some services are not equal to other services. It's more difficult. It takes longer. And it's difficult in busy times to make space to do that. So I think that is a difficulty. In these times of difficult communication, it is even more difficult. But I think it's worthwhile to do that. And I think we possibly need to develop the confidence to do that, maybe some more tools to do that. We need to see that other people are doing that. They're taking time to do that work and that it's worthwhile. I think the second thing which is difficult about this is to find focus. There's so many things that we could do. There's so many different dimensions of excellence. There's so many possibilities for collaboration. There's so many things being dangled in front of us, things we could bid for, mobility options we could take and participate with, conversations that we could have. How do we focus? How do we pick that which is worthwhile for our center? Again, I think there has to be consultation. We have to plan a little bit ahead, but we have to make these decisions. Otherwise, I'm afraid, being myself someone who worked in a number of different vocational schools for nearly 20 years, otherwise I think we lose ourselves because we're trying to do too much. So I think that kind of focus is critical. If we're going to take advantage of the space and the autonomy that centers are being given to try and find their own way, they're going to have to prioritize and leave some things out. And that's not always easy. And also accept that you get things wrong, that you set a priority, it turns out not to be the right priority, and you have to change course because things change, as we've discovered this year. Giovanni asks what other dimensions. The priority for us is to have a dimension on inclusion and equity. It's a terribly critical dimension of excellence. It's one that sometimes we're in danger of neglecting in pursuing the more obvious goals of high level qualifications, high levels of status, connections with attractive partners. Inclusion is a challenge because to some extent it works against that. We have to adapt our services to include those people whose perhaps starting point is not so high, and therefore the journey for them is going to be more difficult. But we need to keep remembering that it's a fundamental requirement, I think, of education and of vocational education that it's inclusive and that there are opportunities for everyone to progress, that we differentiate and we create opportunities for excellence for all learners at whatever level they start and whatever barriers they have to face. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julian, and thank you very much, Doriana, for this thought-provoking presentation. Indeed, let's stay focused. It's always a challenge. Thanks to both, and thanks also to all participants for the very relevant questions, which are actually making our debate much more lively, and this is just the beginning. So we are now at the last phase of this great morning for the launch of the ENE network. The next 15 minutes will be our closing remarks. So a key speaker will draw inspirational conclusions, but before I give him the floor, I would like all of you, and I see that we are still close to 140, to have a look at the chat on Zoom, on Facebook, and on YouTube, and click on the feedback form. I kindly ask my colleagues to please share the link to the feedback form now, which is fundamental for us, because this is where you let us know your opinion on this event and how we can improve for the next events to come. The following one will be in March. Many thanks in advance for taking the time for filling it. You can do it now, you can do it later, but please do it. And a very good news, you can fill it in English, in French, or in Russian, as you wish. After this, but this you can do it later, but it's just important that you save this link and you do this anytime, even this afternoon. You must think that beyond being very tight with timekeeping, I am also very curious, and indeed I am, because I have one last question for all of you, and please do go on the chat now. It's the last poll of the day. And here is where we see who we are as a community. Please click on the link in the chat, which is sent by our chat moderators, and describe in one word what you take away from this meeting. Can we please share the Mentimeter slide? Someone who is actually the first one is knowledge, inspiration, partnership, ETF, networking, cooperation. Please continue. I know that our friends on Facebook and on YouTube have a bit of delay, so it might take some time before they answer. If you can please leave the slide on, dear colleagues from the technical team, while I mention some online resources so that we have our participants, we give them the time to fill the Mentimeter. Please keep on doing it. I'd like to mention for you some online resources on how to keep in touch with the European Training Foundation and a network team. We have a web page dedicated on our website, www.etf.europa.eu/ENE, shared in the chat. We have an open space, the online platform for the learners community. Please click on it, register yourselves, and a very added value, there will be the recording of this conversation. There will be the slides shown in this panel, and there will be also the recording with translation into Russian. And at last, please keep on doing a conversation, keeping this conversation high by using a hashtag, which is ENE Network. So I go back to Mentimeter, just for 1 second, please, if you don't mind. Sorry for changing the plan. If you can go back to that slide, because now many people have replied, and the biggest ones are cooperation, inspiration, excellence, partnership, and experience. And I also can see energy. Thank you very much also to the technical team. We can remove the slide, and as announced, we have one last but not least, a very important speaker who will conclude this amazing meeting and will bring elements of planning for the future. As you know, we foresee to hold another event on 11 and 12 of March 2021 here in Turin, hopefully in a physical format. So now the floor goes to Javier, Head of Policy Unit at the ETF, and as of January, our new Head of the Knowledge Hub Department. Over to you, Javier, for the closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Daria. It is always a tough role to have the concluding remarks of an event of so many people, and it is even harder when the discussion has been, the word presented has been rich and broad. You know that there is this expression that I will say some words for the road. Well, today with the pandemic, actually there is not a road, but we are confident that today, what we heard today and it was confirmed with their participation, there will be not only a road, but probably a high road when it comes to the network of excellence. You know that there is this poem of the renewed Greek poet Konstantinos Kavafi that it's called Ithaca, and he makes the allusion of the legendary journeys of Ulysses to the journey that every man does through its life, and suggests that each person is looking at his own Ithaca, his personal supreme goal. And however, at the end, it's not the goal, but the journey that matters. So because this journey makes us wise and give us people the richest good experience, knowledge, and maturity. Some of these words have been appearing today when talking about excellence. Well, excellence is a kind of Ithaca that is less a place where you stand, but a journey to a destination. It's less a number of standards that you have reached, but the management of the process towards continuous improving in the direction of what we call excellence. In our project, we have identified 8 dimensions of excellence, and as presented today by the team, and not all codes have to be performing in all of them, but there are probably others that have not been, and there are probably others that have not been included, but the vocational excellence is the characteristic of working towards improving in some of them. So instead of concluding, I will therefore try to bring forward the 3 thoughts that came out today for the journey, not for the road, but for the journey. First of all, why a network for excellence is needed. I think it came today through Joao. I mentioned that also Cesare, that vocational education and training is changing. And the provision of skills is changing, and it's no longer the business of one traditional vet school only. The centers of vocational excellence are not only providers of skills to young learners, but also they address adult needs. And most of the examples today from Turkey, from Belarus, for Kazakhstan, for Tunisia have been showing that. They are, those centers, they are breeding ground for innovation, and they support social needs like training for migrants. They closely cooperate with enterprises, and they support them to improve productivity, upgrade the skills of their employees, create research and development opportunities for them. So to do all these actions is no longer a one-man show. You need dynamic and flexible partnerships, and to put together different stakeholders. This network is set up to support these partnerships to grow and to deliver results. And thank you for all the examples that have been presented today of the Latvian Vocational Education Association, Omnia, and Skillman. Second thought, what are the criteria for excellence? Who can join our network? Well, I think excellence, as we were saying, is, in our understanding, is a process of continuous improvement. And Cesare, our director, has been highlighting that. And it takes effort and commitment to go in this direction of excellence through this process of continuous improvement and review of how you are performing in order to do it always better. As long as there is in place some of these basic ingredients that we've been talking, and also Joao and Michelle, these codes can become members of this network. You hear today about this notion of transmission or dissemination of excellence. I think it was Stefan who was saying. So in other words, excellence should not be an act in solitude for the few. In this process for improvement, the whole vet systems need to improve. So we need also the competent authorities to work together with the scopes, otherwise they become in isolation. One question in this respect is that keeps coming up is, how can you join our network? Well, what we can say is we have to talk with you, write us, they may provide it, and then we will provide all the information about the process. Third thought, what comes next? I think for sure the work has just started, and I want you to book your calendar from now, this date of 11-12 of March, where if conditions allow, this pandemic situation evolves, we plan to have the second part of the event we launched today, and hopefully it will be a hybrid mode. So there will be the possibility of coming to Torino or to some place, and still having a connection through the internet. We will continue our exchange with all of you. Our self-assessment tool that was presented by Julian and Doriana is an important instrument for the network, but also for your own code, for your own center. It allows us to plan our activities based on your needs. We expect that all of you, all of our members, will eventually respond to the self-assessment tool, that in a year from now, you will be all respond to the tool for a second round. Our partnership will grow further. Next year, we will launch a new partnership on something like entrepreneurial instinct of a center of excellence. And at the same time, we are forging alliances to bring forward the idea of investigating further the contribution of centers of vocational excellence to the green and digital agenda. This is not all. We are also interested to investigate, as Julian was saying, with you, the social inclusion dimension of COVES. And for that, we will again build partnership and discuss with you. Next year, we will be looking at the potential to force alliances with organizations that work at the regional level, so involving different countries also, and also eventually in Africa. This is a little bit early to say, but because discussions are still ongoing, but it looks very promising, and I think this is a development we can have in the future. At the same time, we are discussing how this network is used as part of the support services that the European Commission is planning to launch next year. So many things are happening and many more to come. So I will ask you to stay tuned, use our open space and our web page of COVES, and which are populated with more information about the work that is done, but also with your specific contacts and information. One can visit our webpage and we'll see already the information that you have provided. Today is just the beginning of a journey. You will hear from us regularly, but you need to be involved as well. We expect commitment for all the members of the network. It's your network at the end of the day. So you will hear from us soon about the in-depth findings from the 3 partnerships presented. You need to follow open space on the website. Also for the self-assessment tool today, we only present the preliminary findings. But in March, when we will meet again, we will provide more in-depth analysis of the findings. So I will stop here. Before I want to thank all the participants today, those who have been speaking, those who have been participating, looking, following us, voting in these surveys. And I want also to thank particularly Emilio, who has been providing these good services for making us possible in this digital form. Of course, the interpreters, without them, it would be impossible to communicate all together. And also particularly Daria, who has been our maître de cérémonie today for being the master of ceremony, and our ETF member for all this hard work of communication. One person that you've not seen, but I want to particularly thank is Loretta, who has been instrumental in organizing this event. And the whole ETF team, including all the communication members. So José Manuel, Stefan, Pirita, Julian, Filippo, Floriana, Michela, and of course, Georgios, which is our boat skipper conducting the whole process in this journey. So just have a good day, and just I would like to say it's not a goodbye, just a arrivederci. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Javier. We have a surprise for everyone. So please, if you all speakers can switch your cameras on. Our colleagues are willing to say goodbye. And thanks to all of you. You see the ETF team with the social distancing and wearing masks. Thanks to all speakers. Thanks to members who participated also on Facebook and on YouTube. Thank you, Javier. Okay, you can open it. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Happy birthday, ENE Network. Not goodbye. Arrivederci. Bye.
Merry Christmas.
Ciao.
Ciao. Happy birthday.